More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he was, he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day. The necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. He introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next life. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and I go, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey.
Attacking a woman.
I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin. Hey, Tay.
It's all right. Hey.
There we go. Everyone come to the BJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind here. Something's off.
Yeah,
Let's go
I
in and
farted.
take a look.
Meat, dog. We have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you?
Damn it. Fucking damn it, guys. That's hilarious.
Hello, boners! How's everyone doing tonight? Oh, I'm hearing the echo from Lil Boo's microphone. Yeah, I know, the ads are playing. They always play. You gonna say hi, Boo? Yeah, Boo is in close proximity to me, so her microphone is picking me up. You gonna say hi to everyone?
Yeah.
That's my oldest, Lil Boo. Boo, tell them about yourself.
I love going to Halloween Horror Nights.
You like scary stuff? Can you do the Freddy Krueger rhyme?
No.
Why not?
I don't wanna. I did it last night.
Yeah, I know. Come on. You used to love that. You used to say it to people just to creep them out.
I don't.
Your name is Boo. Look, you scared everyone away.
That's me.
Come on, do it.
No.
Fine. Whatever. All right, boners. Tonight, we are going to be watching some, it is driving me nuts that I'm hearing the echo from you. You know, I'm gonna mute you on Discord. I'm gonna mute you. No, I can't mute you because then they can't hear you. I wish your microphone wasn't so sensitive, but that's fine. Tonight we are going to be going through the Y-Files, a couple other different paranormal videos, kind of cover some of the things that I went over last night when we were watching Ghost Stuff. They talked a lot about alien conspiracies and shit, and I like the Y-Files because they'll tell you this like awesome story and how fascinating it is, and then at the end they go through and tell you the facts. Right. So they give you the story first, and then the facts about it at the end. So it'll help. You know, when talking about aliens and stuff like that. What do you think, Boo? Also, Beardo Gets Scared turned me on to another channel. I'm going to check out some of their videos today. They are... Let's see, what was their channel? Hold on. No, not you.
You did that.
Yeah, I know. Jenny Twigs. On, oh, they're on Twitch as well. Jenny Twigs on Twitch. Okay, so we're going to catch some of their videos. Let's turn it on. Let's get ready to do this. Right, Boo?
Drum roll, please.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
How excited?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to stream much together when school starts again, and that's coming up soon.
Go to school.
That sounds like every kid in the world. I don't want to go back to school!
No, there's some idiots at school that I hate.
Ah, come on, Boo.
Proof? Facts?
Facts? How is that facts?
That they're idiots.
Oh, would you stop? You're so salty.
You told me never to lie. I'm not lying.
Okay. I can't argue with that logic. Alright, so let's see, they got a full overview of the Conjuring drug. Yeah, they only got 4 videos up right now, so let's show them some love. According to Beardo, she's really good. She has a lot of detail, a lot of information. I'd like to see her channel blow up. We're going to check out some of these videos.
Yay.
Let's see, all of my ghost ear experiences. I want to watch this one, the Stone Tape Theory. I told you that one before. And we'll check out the Zozo Ouija board demon deep dive.
Ouija board?
Ouija. It's a made up one.
Did you know that there's a theory
Alright, ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
that these are the reason ghosts exist? In fact,
I mean, not quite. That's not... Okay, but she's got a lot of info. We'll go into more
you've
detail.
probably heard about it before. It's called the stone tape theory.
Never heard of that.
Yes, you have.
You
I
notice
told
this
you about
idea
it.
being discussed on
Listen.
TV shows and YouTube videos a lot. People would talk about it, but they would never explain why
Look
or
at the back.
where it came from. Well, I wanted to know, so I went digging
That's you.
and I
That
discovered
must be
a
one
lot.
of your friends.
First, let's talk about what exactly is the stone tape theory.
You're a little bat.
Well, first about the name.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to echo a point made by geologist Sharon Hill, who wrote an article in the Skeptical Inquirer. She mentions how the stone tape theory is not technically a theory. A theory in science is not a guess or a supposition.
Yeah.
It is a well-tested model of the way something in nature works. Therefore, the stone tape isn't a theory. It's speculation.
Okay, that's
the
fine.
idea
Whatever.
is that
Let's nitpick
hauntings
words.
are just the living witnessing an event, replaying itself like a tape recorder or a record player. I've also seen this morph into the idea that if certain materials are present in the environment, usually limestone, quartz, or running water, those will amplify any current hauntings, giving spirits a stronger presence. Like, sure, I guess there is a moving body of water nearby, or like a bunch of really specific rocks underground.
Get into the
but
research.
why do you think that's related? Also, quartz is
There-
extremely common to find in
Okay. I think she's very simplifying it. Okay, the stone tape theory, speculation, whatever word you want to use. Alright. Is it just that quartz and water and stuff so on is in the area? It's not just that. It's that in the right conditions that them being present is a part of it. But the right conditions that they act like a recording device, and that the haunting isn't really a haunting, more of replaying a tape. Like a video cassette. Remember the old video cassettes? They used a magnetic strip to record? And that essentially, it's like a
Just
large...
edit stuff now. Since they can edit, they just edit stuff now. So it's not like you can't. It's not like always real.
Well, but that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. They're saying it's a speculation that some hauntings with the stone tape theory that the ghosts produced aren't actual ghosts as in the spirit form like people think they are, using the stone tape theory or speculation that they're more like recordings. So it would record all the things that the environment would act like a cassette tape or a recording device. Record the things that happen, and then when circumstances are met, it would play that recording over and over again. And that's why hauntings happen, because it's just the tape playing again. Do you understand? Like putting a movie in. You want to watch, Monster High. We put the video in, you watch it. Well, this is saying that things in a natural environment, like quartz crystal, running water, stuff like that, act in a way that somehow mimics. Now, again, nothing's been proven, but she's simplifying. She's very simplifying what the stone tape theory is.
And is quite literally one of the most abundant minerals in the Earth's crust. So, guess we're all possibly getting haunted. This idea is so common in the paranormal community today that I just needed to know where it came from. My research took me further back in time than I expected. So, let's construct the stone tape timeline.
Okay.
Let's go back in time to the world in the 1830s and set the scene. In America, Protestant Christianity is the most common religious practice. Tensions between the North and South are rising into what will be the Civil War in 1861.
Okay.
And the Trail of Tears is occurring after Congress enacts the Indian Removal Act. Meanwhile, in the UK, there were many protests and general unrest about a few different things. William IV has just been made king and will soon be followed by Queen Victoria in 1837.
What does this have to do with
a year later, in 1838,
I thought we were watching about
most commonly known as the guy who thought up of the...
She's supposed to be talking about the history of the stone tape theory, but I'm failing to understand what this has to do with it.
Concept of a digital computer publishes a work called the Ninth Bridgewater Treatise. This work is a direct response to a series of works called the Bridgewater Treatises, which is consisted of 8 volumes that at the time were written by different scientists.
What?
I feel like I'm in school again. History.
This is a little bit better than history you would learn in school.
I don't want to learn
connect
history.
science and religion to look at God through observations of the natural world.
They don't teach
in
about
Babbage's
ghosts
work,
in school.
he has this idea that the spoken word has immense power, so much so that it can leave impressions in the physical environment around us. Now, Babbage's work has been talked about before, and it is the oldest on this timeline, but I'm curious where even he could have been inspired.
Okay, that's a bit of a stretch to reach there and connect that to it. I get what she's saying. I now understand where she's trying to link it to. This guy wrote a treatise, almost like a paper documentation, that the spoken word is very powerful, and that by speaking the word, it leaves an impression that remains long after. I mean, okay. But I get the link. They're saying that, just speaking a word somehow remains in the environment. Linking that to the stone tape theory, I can see where the connection is, but at the same time, I'm like, that's a bit of a reach to connect that, to use that for this
idea. But instead of going further back, let's move forward into 1863.
Okay.
William Denton was an English geologist
Okay,
who
she's
was also
speeding
interested
it
in
along.
psychometry, or psychic readings of the
Yay.
world. In Denton's work called
Shut up.
The Soul of Things, he talks about how if the world of science could master psychometry, then the field of geology and archaeology would be revolutionized. You see, Babbage is talking specifically here about the human spoken word, whereas Denton is thinking more of a general picture or idea that you could get out of the stones. Like maybe you could read what happened to a fossil, how it died, what it looked like, what it ate. It's a super cool thing to think about, and honestly, it's something we could do. Now, before we continue, I need to introduce the Society for Psychical Research, or SPR for short. It is a non-profit organization founded by scholars in London in 1882. Its goal is to try and attempt to understand anything related to the paranormal while sticking to science.
Wasn't there like a question that used to be on it?
Yeah, you
In
lost it.
1885, she publishes through the organization and their proceedings a work titled Phantasms of the Dead, where she says, there's something in the actual building itself, some subtle physical influence, which produces in the brain that effect, which, in its turn, becomes the cause of a hallucination. This is the first mention that I could find of the idea that words and events could become impressed upon a building, and that those could be a possible cause for a haunting. A lot of people in the SBR started to talk about this idea. Frederick W.H. Myers was another British scholar who, in 1892, theorized that inorganic matter could possibly hold traces of the past. He says, living organisms, our own or others, disclose in ways unknown to biology the history implicated in their structure. Objects which have been in contact with organisms preserve their traces, and it sometimes seems as though even inorganic nature could still be made, so to say, luminescent with the age-long story of its past. In 1909, SBR member...
What she was just talking about with that and what that guy theorized was that inorganic matter, like steel, sheetrock, the stuff built that a house is built on, could retain the memories of the things that happened, and that would be a possibility of why homes are haunted. That the building itself is recording the memories of the things that happened inside of it. Are you following?
Now, if like rocks were recording things and you could just watch the videos, you could see murder areas.
You're twisted.
I know.
Why? I didn't teach you that.
I did.
That explains why you're a shelf.
I'm not no shelf.
Did you just drop my phone?
I'm sorry.
You said yourself you were a shelf.
I said I was a chef.
You said I'm a shelf.
I didn't mean to say I'm a shelf.
Oliver Lodge continues with the idea that certain inanimate objects or materials can attract traces of information that a psychic or someone sensitive could access. Objects appear to serve as attractive influences or nuclei from which information may be clairvoyantly gained. It appears as if we left traces of ourselves, not only on our bodies, but on many other things with which we have subordinately associated, and that these traces can thereafter be detected by a sufficiently sensitive person. Up until now, this idea that inanimate objects or the environment can hold traces of the past did not have a name. That changed when, in 1939, Welsh philosopher Henry H. Price discusses his idea that literal memories could detach from people and instead attach to inanimate objects or the environment. He gives the idea the name place memory. He talks about this in an example using a hypothetical person named Smith. The notion of an enigma, loci, or place memory, fantastic though it be, is not quite so fantastic as it seems at first sight. If a place can retain memory images of the views which formerly existed from that place, and if some of these were views of Smith's body from without, and if these memory images are what we perceive now, then it is very natural that the ghost resembles Smith's body as it would appear to an external observer. An important thing to note here is that all of this has just been discussion of an idea. It has been purely speculative. These are just theories. Folks are discussing if something like this exists, but up to this point, there has been no scientific evidence to say it is real. I also feel like the part of this theory where someone had to be sensitive in order to pick up the energies of an object or off of the environment has been dropped in the modern day discussions of this idea. Now, any possible haunting could be explained by the stone tape theory. You could argue that
I don't think any haunting could be explained by it. Only what they call residual haunting, where it just plays over and over again. You know what I mean? You've heard of those hauntings where they don't do anything. They're not. They describe it as an intelligent haunting when the ghost is able to respond to you. But there's other hauntings that are residual hauntings, where they're not aware you're even there. They just play the whole thing over and over again. You get it? That's what I think the stone tape theory would cover, would be what they call residual haunting. I call it a recording. It's basically what it's like.
Yeah, so it basically would be going over and over again. Probably not like a ghost. It's probably like the how do I say this? Right now my mind's broken.
Well, think of a residual haunting. A residual haunting, the way they describe it, is basically the ghost is not aware of their surroundings. It just goes on and on. It plays, just like a movie. You see things happen in a movie, but you can't interact with them because they're not aware of you. It's just the movie playing. So the stone tape theory, I think would make more sense for a residual haunting. Playing
So
like
basically, like how they died, it would just repeat that over and
well,
over.
not necessarily how they died.
It could be like anything they done in the house.
Right. Just walking down the stairs.
So it couldn't be like a ghost. It would just be like a different thing that's like them. doing something they did over and over and over. I'm learning too much
And-
logic. I don't want to learn.
The only question I have, and a lot of holes that you put in it, why would it pick? Why would it pick a specific person?
Yeah.
Because technically, if that's the way it works, then why wouldn't it record people who are still alive? What if you saw a ghost of yourself? Maybe that would explain doppelgangers. People say they see doppelgangers.
It's probably
Maybe
not
it's
a doppelganger.
Maybe it's the stone tape thing. They're seeing a recording of themselves.
Wow. So I could just see me in the distance. Oh, it's me.
The problem, like she said though, is a theory is something that has facts and stuff behind it. So a speculation, because they have no scientific proof to this. It's intriguing. It's an interesting idea, but they haven't tested it. They don't know how to test it yet. They have no hard proof. There's no way of gaining evidence to test the theory. All right.
Theory.
They call it a theory, but it's called the stone tape theory. That's how people know it, but it's not really a theory. It's a speculation at this point.
Speculation.
It may change in the future if they find a way of accurately testing these things, but for right now,
I'm learning stuff I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn
it's
that.
about ghosts. You love
But I
ghost
don't
shit.
see people discussing it that way.
I want to
Now,
do
let's
those
share a little
ghost
further into the
makers
timeline.
again.
Okay. Well, we'll
In
do that.
1955,
Let's just
a
get through
fictional
this.
sci-fi show called The Frozen Sound airs. In it, spies use crystals to trap their enemies' spoken words in order to secretly record them and gain intelligence. Sounds very similar to the
This
Frozen
is
show.
just us
Maybe
learning
this idea
history.
is starting to become more well known. Outside of film media, there was
I
still
don't like
discussion about the
history.
theory. Thomas
I
Charles
hate
Lethbridge, an
history. Are you
archaeologist
listening?
who had some controversial discoveries, left the archaeology field and turned to parapsychology. He publishes a book called Ghost and Ghoul in 1961, which is a collection of
Ghost
his
and
personal
Ghoul?
experiences related to the paranormal. He talks about
Like
the idea
you?
that memories could somehow imbue themselves into the environment. Another notable work from him is the 1963 book called Ghost and the Divining Rod. In this book, I found it really interesting that he mentions a paranormal experience that he had by a stream. I think this could be an early example of how people started to think that running water promotes spirit activity and connect it to the stone tape theory. While I was researching, I tried to...
I think it's more than just the water. Water has a hand in it, but water conducts electricity very well. Well, water is known to conduct electricity. That and quartz is used in a lot of things, especially electronic devices, and I think that's where they get linked. Things have happened in nature that can produce a small amount of electricity. I mean, shit. There's been proven evidence of radioactive isotopes in the environment triggering themselves, even in small blasts. There is evidence that it has happened without human interference. So somehow, something in the environment triggered these things to manage to record, supposedly.
Supposedly. Wow, supposedly.
Again,
Not
that's
real.
just the idea of the story. I think it's intriguing, but until you can test it, it's still just a story. You know what I mean?
Logic.
It's interesting. I think it's interesting, and if
But you never know if it's real or not because you've never seen it.
right, and you can't test it. There's no way of testing it.
Because you would have to do to test it. You would have to do it over and over again.
The reason it's so intriguing is because parts of it make sense, but how is the problem? Quartz crystal can be in recording devices. Water can have, an addition to it. There are ways that but how do they come together to do this? How does it play? How
Logic.
does, right? There's
Logic.
parts that are It's like you have some aspects, but not all of them, and you haven't figured out how to way to put them all together. Get it?
People say ghosts are real. How do you
And
know?
it seems like the reason people
Well,
like
some
this running
people
water
just
theory
believe,
today is because
like
in
religion,
water
some
is a
people
good
believe
conductor
in
of energy.
God.
Most
Or
water
some
refined in the
people
environment
fake.
carries a bunch of ions from dissolved salt and particulates. This causes it to be a conductor of electricity. And for folks who subscribe to the idea that spirits are made of energy, this would work pretty nicely into their beliefs on the paranormal. So the basis of the
Energy?
stone tape theory has been around at this point for
Doesn't
about
people have
126
energy
years.
in them
Folks
too?
are now starting to
Technically,
theorize
yes.
how and why something like this
So
might work if it
basically,
exists.
we're
your brain works off electrical signals. It sends them down your nerves through your body like an electrical relay.
So like when someone's touching you, you can feel it, and it goes near.
Well, that's why Daddy's all messed up from my spinal injury. The cords, the nerves, are think of a frayed cord, and the electrical signals aren't getting through right, or it's sending the wrong signals. That's part of my disability. Is my spine's all messed up, and I've got nerve damage. You understand? Right now, all your cords are working just fine. Me? There's a short here, short here, short here, short here, short everywhere.
Theorizing on the inner workings of the theory. In 1964,
Touch
American
your
psychologist
phone. It
William G.
almost
Lowell
fell again.
theorizes that
Well, stop
information
it.
could be a recording due to
It's not my
how
fault.
close an event
Yeah, it
is or
is.
how recent
Literally, it
it
is.
is.
The headphones are connected to it. When I move my
You
head,
don't see much of anything
my
related to the
headphones
theory
move.
for
I
quite a few
said
years
that moves
until
the cord, and it
1972,
moves the
an
phone.
important film
Logic.
releases called The Stone Tape.
And the leg
This is
bone's
the first
connected to
instance
the
where we hear the
hip
exact
bone.
title, The Stone Tape. The film is about a group of scientists
Stop.
set up in a
We are
supposedly
not
old
doing no
haunted Victorian
nursery
mansion.
rhymes.
They discover that the
I
stones in the
hate
building
those.
acted as a recorder for past events. Essentially,
Actually,
it's a
song,
film
but-
using the
It
exact
doesn't
idea that we
matter.
are talking about. This is a huge push for the idea to be brought into the mainstream. By now, the ideas and stories from T.C. Lethbridge, who we discussed earlier, are over 10 years old, but Colin Wilson, a writer and philosopher,
Okay.
publishes a book called Mysteries in 1978, which brings Lethbridge's work back into the spotlight. Soon after, in the 80s, we start to see television shows revolving around the paranormal. One of the earliest was
hear
Arthur
more.
C. Clarke's World of Strange Powers. An episode airs in 1985
I see
talking
that.
about ghosts and haunted houses. In one of the stories, they focus on the Treasurer's house in York, England. The
was
building
so
had been
long
built on
ago.
top of Roman roads, and there were claims of soldiers marching through the walls. The episode talks about this, and then it questions if it's possible for locations to store images of past events and play them out for the living. And it specifically mentions the stone tape theory. So could this mention in 1985 be one of the earliest advertisements of the theory with the title Stone Tape? Maybe. I can only imagine that this TV episode catapulted the idea to so many people and helped it become more popular. Remember how I was
I
talking
hadn't
about
heard of
people
it yet,
theorizing
or-
about how the theory
maybe I
actually
did,
worked?
I
Well,
just
another idea is
overlooked
brought
it
up by an
because I
author
didn't
named
know what
Don
it was.
Robbins in his book Secret
I
Language
don't
of
like
Stone in
it
1988. He mentions how there could be reservoirs of trapped energy and small defects in crystalline material structures.
My cousin
These
in
pockets
the
of energy
background.
would be recordings of the past, and they would play out for the living to see. Another take
got a
on
picture
how
of
the
my
stone theory
cousin.
could work comes from a book called Hauntings and
Batman?
Poltergeists, Multidisciplinary Perspectives, which contains
more
an
like
essay written by
Bat-
Michael
Bat-
Persinger and Stanley Coren. These
Bat-
names
Bat
might
Boy.
be familiar to you if you've ever looked into the experiment called the God Helmet. I also believe Nick Groff uses something called the
Honestly, I
God
don't
Helmet
know
in his
his
TV
name.
show, but these are the same people who
I know
developed
he's
that. In their
adopted.
book, they discuss that place memory could be caused by geometric storms and record events that then play back like a hologram or a projection. In 2005,
Okay.
Pamela Heath, a parapsychologist, publishes a work that proposes a new idea to explain the stone tape theory by
Okay.
looking at vibrational energy medicine and how substances could supposedly
Hey,
hold
Yeah,
the
yeah.
imprint of original ingredients but without any physical trace of it. I would just like to say
I don't
that
know. I find crystal energy healing. I find that hard to swallow. I know. I've seen it. I wouldn't trust my body with that shit. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to fucking feel better, but that's not funny. That's rude.
I'm just bored.
I don't know. If I wanted to deal with the pain from this, I don't think somebody waving crystals over my body is gonna make me feel better.
Oh, it's supposed to be magical. It's just crystal.
You're a dork.
I know. I get it from
Pamela's
you.
works cited page here was instrumental in helping me locate a lot of specific quotes in my sources that were really hard to track down, like page number specific.
Cork.
So thanks for being so organized and transparent with your sources, Pamela.
My Hero
So it's safe to say that
Okay,
this theory has
let's-
gained a lot of traction in the world of parapsychologists and serious investigators. Interest in ghosts is gaining traction. So it's no surprise when, in the early 2000s, paranormal TV
Okay.
becomes a huge market. And
Yeah.
soon we start to see YouTube channels as well. Nothing changed in the background. What are you talking about? It's always looked like this. Anyways,
yeah.
in 2005, we have one of the most well-known American ghost hunting
why'd
shows
you
called
cover
Ghost
my
Hunters, starring
cousin?
Jason Hawes and Grant Wilson.
I
Now, I
remember.
know I've heard the
Why'd
Stone
you
Tape
cover
Theory
my
mentioned in one of their episodes, but I was
Yeah.
unable to locate it. So it's possible it could have been an early episode or a later season.
It was in. If I recall, they mentioned the Stone Tape Theory when they were doing the Stanley Hotel, while they were down in the cave thing that goes underneath the Stanley Hotel. If I recall, it's been years since I've seen it, but I'm pretty sure that's where I first heard about the Stone Tape Theory. That I recall.
I do not like that picture. That's ugly.
Little guy with his mouth wide open. He's just waiting for something to fly into it. Like a hot dog.
Oh.
Maybe a sausage.
More like a giant
In
fly.
2008, another prominent TV show starts
Goes down his throat,
and it
eats all
airs
his
starring
insides.
Zach Bagans, Aaron Goodwin, and Nick Frost.
Ghost
On
Adventures is a
episode
big load of
1
crap.
of their first season, they mentioned, "Hi, editing Jenny here. I completely misspoke in this section and said the Stone Tape Theory. What I meant to say was that in this episode, they actually talk about running water and how that can affect spirits at a supposedly haunted location." Okay, anyways, back to the video. I also found more mentions of it in later seasons, I think in 2012, but I'm sure there are a bunch of other episodes where they mention it. Those two could be the biggest ghost hunting shows in America, at least. So that means a lot of folks who are interested
Doesn't
in
make
the
it real.
paranormal have now probably heard of the Stone Tape Theory and have the general idea of it and what it entails. The background changed again? No, it didn't. You're seeing things. Anyways, I was trying to
Your
search for
clothes
where
changed
paranormal
too,
investigators in the early
stupid.
2000s or early to
Hey,
mid 2000s would be
be
looking
nice.
to learn more
Apologize.
about this information or other paranormal stuff.
Apologize.
I came
How
across
she
an
can
interesting
hear me?
podcast and a book
Apologize.
called Message
Stop
by
it.
Timothy Yohei. His book was called Limestone and its Paranormal Properties, a comprehensive approach to the possibilities, which sounded really intriguing. I'm sure
Okay.
that folks interested in trying to investigate the paranormal might have picked up this book, and I wanted to know what kind of information and sources he was sharing. So I went to
Was
buy
it worth it?
but it was gone.
I'm bored.
Unavailable. Absolutely everywhere. And I was pretty sad about that. But
Oh.
that's when I noticed a familiar name in an archived Amazon review section. Sharon Hill. She must have looked into this book
What
and
am I
read it at some
doing
point,
with my
so I
life?
actually reached out to her, and she was so kind as to
I
send me
don't
some of the
know.
scans that she had of the book. Thank you so much, Sharon. That was such a huge help. Inside, it was pretty disappointing information-wise. The work cited was not very scholarly. So it seems like this
Watch
theory
it.
continues to be broadcast to the public without a solid explanation
And
of its origins.
history.
So I think
I'm
after
learning
books have
so
been written,
much.
including the theory targeting
And I'm
paranormal
barely
investigators, and
paying
biggest ghost hunt shows
attention.
air the idea as well. The Stone Tape Theory has basically become
Barely.
widely known for new enthusiasts and experienced investigators, but it's just an idea. There has not been any scientific evidence to support or prove its existence. But in 2014, a grad student named Lindsay Danielson from St.
Okay.
Mary's University completes a grad thesis that investigates to see if there is any correlation between haunted locations in America and certain environmental factors,
Okay.
like large amounts of quartz deposits and limestone, as well as faults and streams.
Something-
There's a lot of science terminology that goes a bit over my head, so I cannot fully verify that this study was done correctly or accurately.
Okay.
But in her conclusion, she mentions that the most statistically important and interesting result that she found was that there was a high correlation of limestone with haunted locations, which could be significant. But again, I don't know if this was like 100% accurate.
Did you hear
and,
that?
like, a great study, so I'll let this.
Somebody did an actual scientific study, and they found a large correlation between areas that are high in limestone deposits and haunted locations. Now the problem I have is a lot of haunted in quotation marks, haunted locations are made up. Okay?
Did you say they're haunted to get views?
Or I've talked
Money.
about this. Some haunted locations, somebody buys the place. They want to make passive money, like renting it out.
Yeah.
So what they do is they make up a story about it being haunted. Then they don't have to pay to repair it. They can just leave it looking shitty. Because haunted locations are supposed to look run down. Ooh, it adds the creepy factor, right?
No, they're supposed to keep it clean and stuff.
To a point. But you've seen all these haunted shows. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So they buy a rundown place. They don't fix it up. But they make up stories that it's haunted. And then they can rent it out to ghost hunters to come in and do a ghost hunt. You see that? You see? Like there was one, a lot of paranormal investigators were investigating and saying there was a witch here, or there's a demon here, or blah blah blah. And Beardo goes through and he actually does research on the house. And there's no history, no documentation of any of these stories ever happening here. And the first mention of it being haunted didn't happen until this guy bought the place.
And that's just stupid.
Guy bought the place, made up stories, put it out there. Here, pay me $500 so you can investigate this haunted place.
Nah, I can just stay at home.
But you get the point. He buys the place, rents it out, didn't have to invest any money into repairing it.
I'd rather not go anyway.
But
If they're making me spend that money on something that's not even true, what the F word?
But see, if they did find a correlation with haunted locations and actual deposits, it would make it a little harder for people like that, because they'd be like, well, this house isn't anywhere close to any of that stuff. So how is it? How is it haunted? You get what I'm saying?
It's haunted.
When researching,
Where's
I could see
all the
those kind of
proof?
folks taking what was originally
my
a theoretical
butt.
discussion and skipping over the fact that there is no solid evidence of its existence and just talking about it as if it was fact. Luckily for us, we have people like Sharon Hill and the Skeptical Inquirer to help spread the real facts. There are still so many questions that I have about this theory,
You're
and Sharon
a
actually sums it up really
anyway.
nicely in her article.
Excuse
How do
you?
things get recorded? What gets recorded? And what doesn't? How does it get preserved?
Okay.
And how is it played back? We have
There we
yet
go.
to see any solid evidence of this
Right.
theory, and these questions would need to be answered if the theory is investigated again.
All right, did you see that? That's the same questions I have. All right.
The folks
My
taking what was
question.
originally
Listen,
a theoretical discussion and skipping over the fact that there is no solid evidence of its existence and just talking about it as if it was fact. Luckily for
Listen.
us, we have people like Sharon Hill and the Skeptical Inquirer to help spread the real facts. There are still so many questions that I have about this theory, and Sharon actually
Right.
sums it up really nicely in her article.
Listen.
How do things get recorded? What gets recorded? And what doesn't? How does it get preserved? And how is it played back? We have yet
You
to see any
understand?
solid evidence of this theory, and these questions
Those
would
questions
be
need
answered
to
if
be
the theory is
answered.
investigated again.
For it to have any leg to stand on.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
I just don't know how you would test that.
Have you ever seen a ghost? After all this research, I'm skeptical of the theory and would believe it to be completely debunked.
I'm skeptical of most theories. I think most ghosts, if not all, are bullshit. Okay? But I don't know why something about this always intrigued me. I found it fascinating. I think it's interesting. I know that there's no evidence of it at all. It's not like I'm like, oh my god, this is the end all be all. Holy shit. But it's interesting. I think people should look into it more.
Interesting, Mike.
If they could find a way to scientifically test it and get actual reliable measurements and figure out those questions, answer those questions, that'd be amazing. What do you think?
Maybe.
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 I know someone who has had a personal experience that is exactly what this theory is talking about. My mom
Me.
was helping her sister move into a new apartment, and she was waiting by some bay windows in the
I
apartment
see
when she had
everything
this
from the
overwhelming
sky.
sense of a thunderstorm. And she told her sister, "This is so strange. I have this weird feeling, this overwhelming feeling of a severe thunderstorm. I can't explain it." And my aunt looks at her shocked, and then proceeds to explain how before she moved in, the bay windows that she was standing next to had a tree smashed through
Get
them
outta
because
here,
it was struck
Bot.
by lightning during a thunderstorm. Isn't that just so strange? I could see the stone tape theory being the perfect explanation for something like that happening. That somehow the energy of the thunderstorm and lightning strike left an impression in the environment on those windows that my mom was able to pick up somehow. So I can understand how many folks
How do you know
might
it's a
believe in the
bot?
theory. But when you bring it up during investigations or when explaining the possible
It-
hauntings
you
of a
did do the
location,
same
we need
thing
to
over
remember
and
that it
over
all
again.
started out as theoretical discussion, and then it kept getting added to and changed throughout time and history, and that there has not been any scientific evidence of its existence.
Right.
The sources and major events that I talked about in today's video will actually be up on an interactive timeline on a companion site that I will link in the description. If you
Okay.
learned something from today's video, please consider giving it a like and subscribe for more paranormal related content. My next video is a look into the origins of
already
a demon that
subscribed.
supposedly haunts a very specific superstitious object. If there are any theories or other ideas around the paranormal that you would like me to cover, please leave me a comment below, and thank you so much for watching.
I'd like to see her cover stuff like the Warrens.
Ghost figures. Da, 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 da.
All right. Do you want to learn about Zozo Demon?
No, I want to do ghost figures. I don't like this much.
All right. Let's watch the Wi-Fi then. All right. Do you want to do haunted first, or do you want to do the alien conspiracies?
Haunted.
Yeah, I know you and your ghosts.
Hehe.
All right. Let's see. Ghosts in the paranormal.
You're basically like a ghost.
No, I'm
Yeah.
just a big boner. Let's see. We're not watching all of these. Let's see. Time travel, but paranormal, Legend of the Immortal, Count to Saint Germain. Yeah. Visitor. What ghost shit?
Yeah. We don't want none of this.
Oh! From Amityville to Annabelle. The truth about Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Established Titles.
All right.
Ed and Lorraine Warren are maybe the most famous paranormal investigators in history. They've worked on more than...
Yeah, because they put themselves up there, and they had shit movies made about them, and then you find out that they're full of shit.
I like the goldfish.
That's Hecklefish.
Yeah, the goldfish.
You're a dork.
Eh.
10,000
I know I am.
cases, some of
You're my Hecklefish.
which have been made into books and movies. The Conjuring films are based on the work of the Warrens. Today we'll look at a few of their scariest, most disturbing cases.
Okay.
So turn off the lights
So
and put the
scary.
little ones to bed. It's gonna
I
get
gotta put the
spooky.
little ones to bed. You gotta go to bed.
That's the one. See it though.
Now stop it. Don't be
December
rude.
1975, Amityville, New York.
Amityville.
What?
We're jumping right in with Amityville?
Yeah!
You know about this. You know I don't like to be scared.
Yeah, I know, but we took a vote on the channel and most people said they wanted scary stories.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, then they should be the ones that clean my bowl after I shit myself.
Look.
Okay, that's enough.
What's
I'm
inside
just
his
saying
fishbowl?
there are gonna be consequences.
December
What's inside his
1975, Amityville, New York.
The Ecto-1.
George and Kathleen Lutz were house hunting. Though the
Okay,
asking
listen.
price of 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville was higher than their budget, at $18,000, it was a steal. Soon the Lutzes learned why. A year earlier, in the house, 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr., also known as Butch, snapped. On November 13th at 3:15 a.m., he slowly and systematically went bedroom to bedroom and murdered his entire family. Butch DeFeo's father, mother, two sisters,
told you
and
this.
two
You've
brothers
seen this
were all
story
shot
before.
with a .35 caliber rifle while they slept. Butch claimed he heard voices urging
how
him to
did they
kill.
not wake
His
up?
attorney, William Weber, tried the insanity defense, but it
That's what was strange about it. That's what made people think it was paranormal. Was that he went room to room and shot all these people, and this gun.
No one woke up.
Right.
Unless he put a silencer, which he probably can't.
I watched another documentary where someone believed that like his sister was an accomplice. So then it would have been two people walking around doing the shots, making it easier to do. Well, if he went to his parents' room and did his parents, while she went in the other room and did the other the kids, the brothers and sisters, it would have made it easier for them not to wake up. It doesn't answer everything, okay? But if there's two people doing it, it makes it go a lot quicker. You understand? It's just a theory. There's a lot of speculation. Like somebody said that his father was involved in the mob and that it was a mob hit. All kinds of different things.
didn't work. In November 1975, Butch was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences. 1 month later, George and Kathleen Lutz, along with their 3 children, moved in to the DeFeo house. The Lutzes weren't that religious, but they asked a local priest to bless the house. While the family was unpacking, Father Pecoraro was in an upstairs room praying. As soon as he splashed holy water, the priest heard a voice that said, "Get out." Father
from
Pecoraro
the
didn't tell the
movie.
Lutzes specifically what happened,
Get out,
but he
man.
warned them not to
No,
use
what
that
you
second
do?
floor room
Don't
for a
touch my
bedroom
butt.
and stay out of the room altogether if they could.
Did they stay out?
They wished they did.
I don't like this.
I did it. I would have been just fine.
Within a few days, the Lutzes noticed strange activity.
Who cares?
At first, it was just
I sure
sounds,
don't.
doors slamming, footsteps, strange mumbling. Then the house wouldn't get
the
warm,
window.
no matter how high they turned up the heat. So they kept a fire going day and night. George sometimes saw
That's
demonic
George again.
faces in the fire. Missy Lutz, then 5 years old, started talking about an imaginary friend named Jody. Green slime was
Jody.
found oozing from the
I used to
walls
have
and through
imaginary
keyholes.
friends.
Doors and
Imaginary
windows were
friends
found
that
suddenly
took my
damaged.
mind.
One night,
Yeah.
George saw his wife Kathy transform into an old woman who looked like a witch. He saw hoof prints in the snow leading into their house. George would wake up at
Hoof print.
3:15 every morning, the same
there's a
time the
horse?
DeFeo family was
No,
killed.
pig.
One night, he heard his children's bed slamming up and down on the floor, but he couldn't do anything about it because he was
Listen.
paralyzed in
You
bed by
wanna
an
learn, you
unseen
gotta listen.
force. Later that night, he saw his wife levitating and moving across the bed. The next morning, after only 28 days, the Lutzes had enough.
Okay, now at the end they're gonna explain the facts behind this, but a lot of people they say that George Lutz was behind on payments. He was deeply in debt, and that he worked with the Warrens. And again, this is speculation that he worked with the Warrens to make up the Amityville horror story, so they could sell it to the news and get on TV and make money on the story, and the book and movies, so on and so forth.
enough. They left the Amityville house and all their belongings and moved in with friends. And that's when they brought in the Warrens. On March 6th, Ed and Lorraine Warren conducted a seance in the house with several psychics. Lorraine,
When I was a kid, I watched ghost stuff all the time. And we didn't have all the information we have today. Okay? So I saw Ed and Lorraine Warren all the time on a lot of the ghost stuff I watched. So they were almost like heroes to me. Because the first novel I ever read was the Amityville Horror. Okay? So imagine me thinking that they're these badass guys, and then growing up and you find out that they're shysters and liars. It was devastating to me. I have a special salty place for Ed and Lorraine Warren.
a clairvoyant, said she encountered Butch's spirit during the seance and felt what she described as an overwhelming feeling of horrible depression.
The inhuman, the diabolical, are attracted to where tragedies occur, just like a moth would be attracted to a light. And when the Lutz family moved in 13 months...
I can't hear you.
All I said was depression.
Oh.
After these murders, they were still using some of the furniture that was in there.
Ed Warren said the house was possessed by demons. The psychic team took a series of time-lapse photos of the upstairs landing. None of the photographs showed anything out of the ordinary, except one. Keep in mind that Butch DeFeo's little brother, John, was only 9 years old on the night he was...
Okay. This is a debunked photo. We've already gone through this. That is not a ghost child. All right. The reflection or the so-called glowing eyes. If you look closer, those are glasses, and it's just reflecting light. And it's a guy on the investigation team, and he's just crouching down. He was setting something up, or he was doing something. But people believed it was a ghost child, and they just let it fly. They knew full well it was bullshit, and they just let it fly anyway. People said, "Oh, that must be a ghost," and they're like, yeah, sure." But if you look, you can see his shirt through the banister, and they show him in other interviews from that night, and he's wearing the shirt, so you can tell that, yeah, it's that guy. It's a full-grown adult. It's just a bad quality photo.
Was killed. The photo shows, peering out from one of the bedrooms, a little boy with glowing eyes. After the Lutzes moved out of the house, things returned to normal. 2 years later, they would tell their story to author Jay Anson, who released the book, The Amityville Horror. The book was an instant sensation, selling over 6 million copies. The story gained even more notoriety in 1979 when the movie Amityville Horror hit theaters. Since then, 12 books and a total of 28 films have been inspired by the story. Today, the Amityville house looks much like it did in the 70s. After all this time, it's still one of the most famous and frightening houses in the country, and maybe the world.
I'm famous for being me.
In 1970, Donna, a nursing student, received a gift from her mother for her 28th birthday, a Raggedy Ann doll. Donna loved the doll and took it back to her house that she shared with another young nurse named Angie. The doll's place in the house was sitting up on the couch, but Donna and Angie noticed the doll would be found in different rooms. Donna would set her on the living room couch before she left for work. She'd come home and the doll was in her.
The eyelashes are upside down.
They're supposed to be dark.
I like it.
Her room with the door shut. Then Donna and Angie started finding notes around the apartment. They were written in child's handwriting and said, "Help me." And the notes were written on parchment paper that they didn't have in the house. One day they came home and the doll had moved again. But this time it had a sticky red substance on its hands that appeared to be blood. Within a few hours, the red substance was gone. Angie's boyfriend Lou said the doll gave him a creepy feeling and told him to get rid of it. They wouldn't. That night, while Lou was sleeping, he heard a noise in the room, like someone was walking around. Then he felt something on the bed. He looked up and said the doll was quickly crawling on the bed on his body.
It's gonna get him!
He went to yell, but the doll covered his mouth and choked him until he passed out. The next morning, he tried to convince himself that it was all a dream, but he couldn't shake it. Donna and Angie didn't know what to do. They felt like they were going crazy. They contacted a local medium for help. The medium held a seance and told the women that the doll was possessed by a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins. They later found out that the body of a young girl was found on the property years earlier, before their apartment building was built. The medium told the girls that the doll, who they now called Annabelle, just wanted someone to play.
Okay, now I went over this last night. So many psychic mediums are bullshit. And when they make up stories like this Annabelle Higgins shit, you see what can happen. Now these girls are like, oh, it's a good spirit named Annabelle Higgins. We want to protect her.
How do you know it's Annabelle?
That's what the psychic said. Are you not paying attention?
Ow. Ow.
So some psychic gave them a bullshit story, and they ate it up. And this is why supposed psychics, can do so much damage. Now, I don't believe the doll is haunted at all, but these girls believe it's haunted, and they believe it's this. But now they're gonna chalk up any weird shit up to this fucking ghost, right? It's all a hot mess.
It could be a normal ghost coming after you in your sleep.
Play with, and someone to love and care for her. Annabelle asked permission to stay in the doll and live with the young nurses.
The young nurses said no, they got rid of the doll, the end.
Nope, they kept it.
I was afraid you'd say that.
They felt bad for Annabelle and agreed to let her stay in the doll and they would take care of her. That turned out to be a terrible mistake. After the medium left, Angie and Donna explained the story to Lou to try to get him to come around. He said the story just made it worse. Get rid of the doll. They still said no. Over the next days and weeks, the strange activities continued. Sounds in the middle of the night, Annabelle moving from room to room, and now the notes changed from help me to help Lou. One day, Lou was helping Donna and Angie pack for a road trip. He saw that Annabelle looked like she was just thrown onto the floor. So he went over to pick her up, and then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw blood seeping through his shirt. Underneath, he had 7 long, bloody scratches in the shape of the mark of the beast. Within 2 days, the marks disappeared like they were never there.
What's the shape of the mark of the beast? That makes no sense. The mark of the beast is supposed to be the number 666 or something. Or at least, according to I believe Christian dogma, they do it in sets of 3 to mock the Holy Trinity. All right, 7 scratches. Meaning what? How is that the shape of the fucking beast? Was it a pentagram? There's no. Oh my god, this is so dumb.
There.
Maybe the beast uses neosporin.
Please, no one-liners when I'm trying to be scary.
No.
I'm just trying to keep it light.
More
Go
one-liners.
ahead.
Finally, Angie and Donna agreed to do something. They called the church and explained what was happening.
Did
The
they?
church reached out to Ed and Lorraine Warren. Ed Warren was the
Bullshit.
only layperson recognized by the church as a demonologist.
You know what I bet happened? I bet they called the church. The church was like, this is such bullshit. Look, we're not doing anything. If you want somebody, go talk to these guys. They eat up bullshit. I feel like that's how the conversation went more like. They're like, oh, not this bullshit. Look, we don't handle this shit. Look, these guys, yeah, go talk to these guys. They'll eat up that shit.
The Warrens arrived and spoke to the young women at length. Ed and Lorraine explained that the doll was not possessed by a little girl, but possessed by a demon.
Of course!
And now that the demon was invited
was
to
a
live
demon
there,
now.
it would try to find a human host.
It's just
the
like
Warrens
the
agreed to
paranormal shows now. They're like, the place is haunted. They're like, no, now it's a demon! Do you know why? Because more people want to view demons.
Demons.
Demon!
Demon.
Take the doll and put it somewhere the demon couldn't escape. So Ed put Annabelle in the back seat of the car. He suggested that they don't take freeways home, and he was right.
Yeah.
Several times on the drive, the car tried to run itself off the road, and the brakes would give out, come back, and then give out again. Ed turned around and splashed holy water on Annabelle, and after that, the car worked fine.
Don't you need the car to drive around?
That entire story of them driving back with Annabelle, with the holy water and the car problem, is all, trust me, bro. All according to them. They've been proven liars. And this story is all trust me, bro. Would you believe them?
Fine. Even after they got Annabelle home, it continued to torment and terrorize. It would move around the house, and at some point, Ed found the doll levitating near his desk. One day, a young priest was visiting and saw Annabelle. He mocked the doll and said, "You're just a doll, you can't hurt anyone."
See, another fucked up story. Before it was a young boy, now it was a young priest. It's always changing because they change the story all the fucking time.
Move, Padre.
Well, on his way home, his brakes gave out and the priest was killed. Several people who mocked Annabelle ended up in car wrecks soon after. Finally, the Warrens put Annabelle in a glass case. And on the case is a note that ominously says, "Positively do not open." Today, Annabelle still sits in her glass case at the Occult Museum in the Warrens' house. Ghost hunters, mediums, and...
Annabelle makes money. People pay them all the time to go see Annabelle. I shit you not. Now their son-in-law is in charge of the whole thing, and he's still doing it. People paying to see Annabelle. They went on a fucking tour with the fucking doll. It's all money. It's just a fucking doll.
Psychics still visit Annabelle to this day. All report feeling a dark, negative energy coming from the doll. But nobody opens the case, and everyone treats her with respect.
That's not true either. Whatchamacallit, the guys, Ghost Bros, they're on Watcher now. Remember they used to do BuzzFeed Unsolved? Ryan and Shane? Shane the Skeptic? He mocked the shit out of her, and nothing happened. Nothing. Go figure! Yeah, everyone treats her with respect. I'm telling her to eat a dick. Am I treating her with respect?
Nah.
Well, Annabelle can eat a dick. All the dicks. Like a whole bag of dicks.
When The Conjuring was released in
If you were to see Annabelle, what would you do? If I took you and you got to see Annabelle in person, what would you do?
Meh. Just be like, hi.
Come on, I need commentary from you.
I would just honestly be like, is this the doll that everyone lies about having ghosts?
Really?
Because it sure looks like just a doll. It does though. It looks like a normal doll. No ghost. And they're like acting like a glass case would do so much. Oh, a glass case will keep the demon inside.
Hey. Then, let me ask you this. So you wouldn't be cautious just in case?
Nah, I I wouldn't care.
Okay, so
Something happened, it's just like, who cares?
So then would you go to the mirror in the bathroom and do the Bloody Mary?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah.
You have to say it 5 times in the mirror.
I said it 3 times.
I've heard 3, I heard 5. Do 5 just to be safe.
Sure, I'll go do it.
Okay.
Need candles though.
No, you don't. All right, guys. Lil Boo is going in the bathroom to do Bloody Mary. She's gonna say. I can hear her doing it. I heard that. I don't think they heard you. She's like, oh, I summoned a demon! She said, oh, I summoned a demon! And her sister comes in the door. Red, go finish. Go.
Hi, Demon.
Demon!
2013, it was praised not just for being extremely scary, but for feeling like a true story.
Oh, I'm so
That's because
scared.
it is. In January 1971, the Perrin family moved into an old farmhouse in
here we go.
Harrisville, Rhode Island.
This is what
Almost
that movie, The
immediately,
Conjuring,
Carolyn,
was.
Roger, and their 5 daughters saw strange things happening. Like most of these stories, the first activity was so small that it would go unnoticed, like things being out of place.
Yeah,
Carolyn would notice that her broom would never be in the...
I don't know if he brings it up in this, but I know that the father of the Perrin family got so pissed at Ed Warren at one point because he didn't want them there that he fucking punched him in the face.
The same place she left it. Then the noises started. Loud thuds, footsteps, and the sounds of people moving around in the kitchen. One day, Carolyn found muddy footprints and small piles of dirt on her freshly washed kitchen floor.
Like,
Then the
here's
girls...
the problem. They based, like, the ghost on this story off of a real person named Bathsheba Sherman. She was dead, but they made up the story that she was a witch, that she killed a baby, that she did, and none of that was true. There's no history, no documentation of that. She was just a normal fucking person. And the Warrens just basically dragged her name through the mud to make up a story. Could you imagine that? What if imagine mommy passed away. And someone made up a story because she lived in the area. That somebody made up a story that mommy was really a witch, and she killed her children, and she did all these horrible things just so that they could make a book about and use your mom's name. Would you be okay with that?
No, I would beat someone they were.
And that's what they did to this person.
Kick the door down. You want to say what about my mom?
People started seeing spirits around the house. Most of the spirits ignored the girls, but a few didn't. And all those spirits were angry. 8-year-old Cindy Perrin kept hearing a voice whispering in her bedroom. It said, there are 7 dead soldiers in the walls. One day, Carolyn walked into the kitchen and saw a man standing there just leaning against the wall. She said he was wearing old-time clothes, which makes sense. The house was built in 1736. Ghosts also appeared sitting at their dining room table, and some seemed to be aware that the Perrins were there. The ghost pointed at them and then vanished. Other ghosts ignored them before disappearing. So Carolyn researched the history of the house and discovered it had been in the Arnold family for generations. She thought the man she saw in the kitchen was John Arnold. Carolyn learned there had been at least 8 deaths on the property. Some of them gruesome. 2 of them, children. Carolyn learned that the primary evil force was the spirit of a woman named Bathsheba Sherman who lived in the house in the mid-19th century. She was not a nice lady. She had a reputation for beating and starving the hired help. While her husband Judson farmed the land, she took care of the house. Bathsheba had 4 children, 3 of whom died very young. Local legend claims Bathsheba was a witch because an infant while in her care mysteriously died. The cause of death was determined to be a sewing needle that impaled the baby's skull. Locals believe that this was an offering to the devil, but Bathsheba was never convicted of any wrongdoing. When Bathsheba died, legend says she turned to stone. The parents said that at 5:15 every morning, there would be the smell of rotten flesh in the house, and the air would become terribly cold and the heat wouldn't work. One especially scary night, Roger Perrin's bed was lifted into the air and dropped. Soon Carolyn started feeling like Bathsheba was trying to make her kill her children the way Bathsheba killed hers.
Yeah, not only that, supposedly now, or not supposedly, somebody else owns that house now. And they rent it out to ghost hunters all the fucking time. But there's a lot of drama involving that person. Like anytime people talk shit about the house not being haunted or the way this lady behaves, she supposedly like tries to sue them and harass them. Yeah.
That's when the parents called Ed and Lorraine Warren for help. The Warrens spent a few hours walking the house and talking to the parents. Then they performed a seance against Roger Perrin's wishes. Here's Roger in his own words.
The Warrens came over and they did the seance in the house. And that was not a good thing. I was against it, but they did it anyway. And 3 to 5 minutes into the seance, and my wife got all... her whole body went out of shape and extorted. It was like an extortion. Somebody was squeezing her, and her chair got off the floor and came right into me into the next room. And I tried to help her. You know, she was completely out of this world at that point, speaking crazy words. And I tried to help her.
At that point, Roger had seen enough. He actually punched Ed in the mouth and threw the Warrens out of the house and told them never to return. But soon after the seance, the haunting stopped.
Yeah. Yeah. The haunting stopped after they left. What?
Your neck was broken.
Oh, that happens all the time. Don't worry about that. It's just messed up.
August 1977, Enfield, North London.
Did you know I could
This
do
is
this?
considered one of the events that proves the existence of poltergeists. Peggy Hodgson had just put her children to bed when she heard the sound of a chair being dragged across the bedroom floor. Peggy went into the room and her daughters were under their blankets, terrified. The chair was upside down on the floor, and they said they didn't do it. They said the chair moved on its own. So Peggy turned out the lights and then heard the sound of scraping. When she turned the lights back on, she saw a dresser slide 18 inches across the floor. Peggy wasn't quite sure what was happening. She tried to push the dresser back into place, but it wouldn't budge. Peggy called her neighbors over to make sure she wasn't going crazy. The neighbors also heard the sounds. Peggy finally called the police. One of the responding officers said she heard knocking or tapping and saw the chair wobble. Then she saw the chair slide across the floor about 3 feet. This is in the official police report. But the police said there's no crime, so there's nothing they can do. After a couple of months, everyone in the house was sleeping in the same room. And then the activity got worse. Voices of an old man started coming from Janet, and her lips weren't moving.
This voice is coming from an 11-year-old girl.
Yeah, wait till they do the big reveal at the end.
Well, perhaps you've got something to say to them. Yeah. I'd like to know how you make this noise without bashing Janet's vocal cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute, I get a sore throat. There's choices here.
Peggy didn't know where to turn, so she went to the media. Soon reporters and paranormal investigators descended on the family, performing test after test. There are photos of Janet being levitated out of bed. There's video of knocking sounds responding to questions from mediums. Guy Playfair was a writer and parapsychologist with the Society for Psychical Research. He spent a great deal of time with the family. He witnessed a lot of poltergeist activity with his own eyes. By 1978, the Enfield poltergeist attracted the attention of Ed and Lorraine Warren. At this point in time, the Warrens were icons in paranormal research.
Which
They
is
flew
really
to London
annoying.
to investigate. Ed Warren was convinced there was a demonic presence. The voice coming from Janet said its name was Bill and that he lived and died in the house. The voice said,
In my opinion, Ed and Lorraine Warren were shysters. That's the reason they were such a big name in the paranormal community. They were known for making these big deals, getting things published into books, and all kinds of other things. And I think that's why they were such a big deal in the paranormal community. It was more Hollywood than actual ghost shit.
Said that he had died of a brain hemorrhage while sitting in a chair. Bill's son confirmed all of that was true.
Some months later, Gross was contacted
And
by
it couldn't
Terry
have been
Wilkins.
that they did
His
any
father Bill
research,
was buried in
right?
a nearby cemetery and had lived at the house before the Hodgsons moved in.
I had an hemorrhage and I fell asleep and I died in a chair in a corner downstairs.
Yeah, this is all
Astonishingly, the
bad
voice had described
information.
the precise
Wait for
circumstances
the
of
shit.
Bill
Wait
Wilkins'
for the
death.
big reveal at the end.
But it describes exactly how That's exactly what happened. He died in the chair, down in the living room.
In all, there were more than 30 witnesses who saw furniture moving, objects flying around, cold breezes, physical assaults, pools of water appearing.
If my memory serves me right, all the people that witnessed it were all in on it. This was all part of the scam. They were all working together because they all wanted a piece of that Hollywood money.
On the floor, graffiti, and matches spontaneously igniting. The Enfield poltergeist tortured Peggy, Janet, and the entire family for 18 months. It almost ruined their lives. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped.
Because the kids didn't feel like doing it anymore. That's all there was
The
to it.
Snedekers lived in upstate New York, but found themselves traveling to Connecticut a lot. Philip, eldest son
the
of
haunting
Carmen
in
and Alan
Connecticut.
Snedeker, had
Hey,
Hodgkin's lymphoma.
I went over this. This was so fucking embarrassing. Oh my god, the talk show. They're on a talk show. They actually put a bed on the stage at the talk show. And had to get in the bed and show all the stuff that happened. It was embarrassing. It was really bad.
And his hospital was in Connecticut.
Talk
In
about
1986,
cream
Carmen and
chocolate.
Alan had had enough of the commute and decided to rent something near the Yukon Hospital. They packed up their 4 children and 2 of their nieces and moved to a spacious duplex on a quiet street in Southington, Connecticut. As soon as they moved in, Alan began renovations on the...
Well, not most. Most of my life was down south in Florida. At least until I was like 12. I lived in Connecticut till I was 12, but I'm still a big Yukon fan.
basement to make a bedroom for Philip. While cleaning out some rusty tools and other basement junk, he found an old piece of equipment he didn't recognize. It looked like a pump with a couple of old tubes coming out of it. Turns out, it was embalming equipment.
For?
Corpses.
No!
Alan kept renovating. He found 2 rooms. One was the embalming room, complete with equipment and rusty floor drains. The other room was a casket display room. The Snedekers now realized why the rent was so low on such a big house. It used to be a funeral home. The Hallahan Funeral Home, to be exact. Philip's bedroom would be the former casket room. And almost immediately, he heard strange sounds and voices. He saw dark figures moving in the shadows. He saw a man with white hair and a pinstripe suit. One night, he saw bodies stacked up against the wall. Philip was so frightened, he asked to sleep in the hospital, which his parents didn't allow. Carmen thought Philip was hallucinating because of his cancer medication. But then everyone started seeing and hearing things.
How many bodies passed through that house over the years?
Well, it was a funeral home for a few decades, so...
I can barely hear you.
Yeah.
Nope.
You have the mic. The mic can pick me up over here. You have it right in front of your face and I still can't hear you. Speak up.
Me. I don't talk much.
Yeah, you do. You
talk
talk all the time. You're Mrs.
Yeah, but I
Mouth.
just don't talk loud. I talk a lot, but just not loud. Like this. I'm so quiet. Yeah.
Okay, why would you want the casket room?
Cause it's in there. Most of like people would say, "Oh, all this stuff happened in here. I can prove it fake." Oh, I'm so scared.
I bet you'd sleep in one of the caskets if you were given the choice.
Yes. That's the only reason. I lied. I just want to be in there. It's like, me, I'm a vampire now. Yeah. I am a bat.
Yeah, but bats hang upside down. They sleep from the ceiling.
Yeah, but a vampire turns into a bat.
Oh, now we're nitpicking here.
Yes, we're nitpicking.
What kind of coffin would you want?
Black and red, like the usual, because it's not gonna look good if it was black and blue.
Black and red is not the usual.
For vampires, yes, it is.
You're a dork. You're an
I know,
epic
right?
dork.
I know, right?
The Snedekers knew they had ghosts. At first, the ghosts just made sounds and moved things around the house. They would find light bulbs unscrewed from their sockets, but still somehow emitted light. And all through the house was the smell of feces and decay. It became unbearable. The entire family was terrified. And just when they couldn't take it anymore, the ghosts became violent.
You know what feces is, right?
Yeah.
What began as strange sounds, smells, and visions of spirits soon became much more. The spirits became physically violent. One night, both Carmen and her niece Tammy had a terrifying encounter. Carmen woke up and felt a dark energy around her. She couldn't see anything, but she felt cold hands reaching under her pajamas and grabbing at her underwear. Then she heard an evil laugh. Carmen's niece had the same exact encounter, but she was scared. Whoa, what was that?
Well, you can't say here. We'll get demonetized again.
Oh, we don't want that.
No, we don't. So we'll censor it, and the grown-ups out there can fill in the blanks.
Good thinking. Eventually, both Carmen and her husband Alan were scared by the entity multiple times. One night, Carmen finally saw the ghosts. One had long white hair and white eyes. The other had black hair and black eyes. That's when they called Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens and their team of investigators spent 9 weeks in the Snedeker house. And during that time, they saw everything the Snedekers reported. Members of the team were pushed, slapped, even knocked to the ground. Ed and Lorraine searched the history of the home. They discovered that one of the morticians who worked there was a necrophiliac. He had a thing for corpses.
Worst hobby ever.
Hey,
Ed
what's
said
wrong
that
with
the
my
spirit
corpses?
infused the
Hey,
home with
sexy.
evil. The Warrens felt that an exorcism would work. And after the house was cleansed, the Snedekers moved out. Then the Warrens hired author Ray Garton to document everything that happened in the house. The documentation of these events became the book In a Dark Place, The Story of a True Haunting. The Snedeker case was also made into the movie The Haunting in Connecticut, released in 2009.
You know,
since
that place that they're talking about, Haunting in Connecticut, I actually live near that place. I don't remember actually seeing it, but I know a lot of people talked about it. I may have passed it a million times and not seen it, because I was a little kid, like I said. I lived in Connecticut till I was like 12. Yeah, I was little. But I know I heard a lot of people talk about it all the time. Did you hear about this house? It's haunted, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, this and that. You know, just little rumors and stuff. Everybody knew about it in the area.
And give me a beef pepperoni.
Would you stop?
I'm hungry.
We're live.
Snedekers moved out, nobody has reported anything strange in the house since. And the owner makes sure to tell all renters that it was once a funeral home, and that the renters should keep that in mind before they sign the lease. Ed and Lorraine Warren are possibly the most successful paranormal investigators in history. They've written or contributed to at least 30 books about their cases. Their work has inspired the movies in the Conjuring universe, a film franchise worth over $2 billion. But the Warrens have their detractors, with many skeptics calling them outright frauds and grifters. So what's the truth? Well, Ed and Lorraine Warren met when they were 16 years old at a local movie theater. Their conversation soon moved to the paranormal. Ed believed he grew up in a haunted house, and Lorraine claimed to be clairvoyant. They were married when they...
Hey! Focus!
I am.
Red, did you finish what I asked you to do? Go, finish. What are you whispering for?
I want beef pepperoni.
They were 19 when Ed was on leave from the army. They soon made their livings as artists. They would go to houses that they believed were haunted, paint them, and then try to sell the painting to the owner.
Oof, that's a rough racket.
It was. Yeah. So Ed supplemented their income by driving a bus. Though they were making a name for themselves locally as paranormal investigators, their breakthrough came in 1979 with the Amityville horror case. When the Warrens arrived in Amityville, they brought an entire film crew with them. Unfortunately, the film crew didn't capture anything except for the moanings of a few psychics.
Yeah, and the ghost boy.
Right, the ghost boy on top of the stairs.
Listen.
Yeah, that's a creepy photo. But it's actually a photograph of Paul Bartz.
Oh, the mall cop?
No, Paul Bartz was one of the investigators. He doesn't have glowing eyes. That's just light reflecting off his glasses. The cameras snapped a picture of him when he was setting up some equipment, but the photo became so famous that nobody bothered to refute it. Now, the Lutzes did call Father...
It became so famous, they just let it run. Let people run with it. It's not a real ghost. It's a fucking person, and nobody fucking said, oh, yeah, that was just this guy. They just let it go instead of being clear. That just goes to show how fucking full of shit they are.
Pecoraro to bless the house, which he did. He also said there was nothing strange about the house. It was a peaceful and lovely home.
Did you hear that? According to their story, when they called the priest over to bless the house, he said, oh, I felt an eerie sensation and I heard a voice tell me, get out. But then when they interviewed the priest, he said, no, I came over and blessed it. It was a nice house, no problem. Yeah, I told you, listen, this is the big reveal on all of these stories.
Other parts of the story are also a little sketchy. The Lutzes couldn't have seen hoof prints in the snow because there was no snow at that time. And all the damage that supposedly happened to the house didn't. Doors, windows, the entire house was in perfect shape when they moved in and when they left. The Amityville story was actually created by Butch DeFeo's lawyer, William Weber, and the Lutz family. One night they were discussing a way to help each other. Weber wanted an insanity verdict for Butch DeFeo. He was also working on a book deal. The Lutzes were struggling financially and they liked the sound of a book deal. Weber said that after 4 bottles of wine, their meeting turned into a creative writing session. But the Lutzes didn't like their cut of Weber's book deal. Author Jay Anson offered the Lutzes 50-50. That they liked. And with millions of books selling like crazy and movie offers coming at them.
So the lawyer for the murderer wanted a book deal and wanted to work with them on making the story. But they weren't getting enough money from him. So they went with another guy who was offering them a 50-50 split, half and half. And look which book got me.
It was in their financial interest to stick with the story. The Amityville horror story is definitely debunked. The next case we talked about was Annabelle, the possessed doll.
You ready for this
This story is easier to track. It's basically a retelling, beat for beat, of the Twilight Zone episode Living Doll, which aired in 1963 on CBS. Here's the synopsis.
It's a retelling of a friggin' TV episode of the Twilight Zone. Beat for beat.
Eric Streeter is upset when his wife comes home with her daughter Christy, having bought her yet another doll. Christy loves her new talking Tina doll, but her stepfather takes an immediate dislike to it. Anytime he is alone with the doll, it spouts abusive comments to the effect that it hates him and that it's going to kill him.
My name is Eric Streeter, and I'm going to get rid of you. You wouldn't dare.
It's a great episode, and every Twilight Zone fan knows it. Ed and Lorraine were apparently fans of the show too and co-opted the story. Still not convinced? The mother's name in the Twilight Zone episode was Annabelle. We can call that one debunked. Now how about
the mother's name from the Twilight episode was named Annabelle. You still scared of the doll?
I never was either.
Bathsheba Sherman, the witch that tormented the Perrons as portrayed in The Conjuring. When The Conjuring was released in 2013, the owner of the house at the time, Norma Sutcliffe, was tortured.
By the witch?
No, by movie fans. She released a video that year complaining about how her property was descended upon by horror fans. At all hours, day or night, there would be people in her yard, exploring the barn on her property, and even sticking cameras and phones through her window. She was furious. She even sued Warner Brothers over this. In her video, Norma goes on to debunk basically the whole story. Bathsheba was a real person, but that's about all the story gets right. She never lived in that house, never killed anyone. By all accounts, she was a lovely woman. She died peacefully at the age of 73.
So, very little murdering of children?
Very little. None, actually. Her last act before she died was to provide for her grandchildren's education. Norma lived in that house for years. She said nothing strange happened in the house before or since. Now, maybe Norma Sutcliffe just got lucky and the house was haunted when the parents were there. Maybe. They got a few juicy book deals and a movie out of the story. So they said and continue to say their story is true. Oh, the Perrons didn't reach out to Ed and Lorraine Warren for help. The Warrens just showed up. That's something they did a lot. They finally left when Mr. Perron...
Hear that? They didn't reach out. to Ed and Lorraine Warren. They just showed up. Uninvited, just, oh hey, your house is haunted. Let's make money. Right?
Money. Yeah.
They had a habit of doing that. They would just show up places, say, oh yeah, this is haunted, let us tell you the entire story that we've already made up in our heads.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Supposedly.
It's awful suspicious.
Aaron punched Ed in the mouth. So, Bathsheba Sherman and The Conjuring? Debunked. The Snedekers case is another one that doesn't make the Warrens look good. Ray Garton, the author that Ed Warren hired, really struggled writing the book.
It was difficult with the family involved. They were going through some serious problems like alcoholism and drug addiction. They could not keep their story straight, and I became very frustrated. It's hard writing a non-fiction book when all the people involved are telling you different stories.
When Garton told Ed Warren about this, Ed said, oh, they're crazy, only crazy people call us. So Garton asked what he's supposed to do about the book. Ed says, use what works and just make the rest up, just make it scary. And this was not the first time Ed Warren hired a horror writer for help. Not a journalist, not a biographer, a horror fiction writer. Also, what's not widely reported is that Philip, their son with cancer, was caught touching and trying to rape his cousins. He even got pretty close once. Police took him to a mental hospital where he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And schizophrenia could certainly explain why he was seeing and hearing things.
Yeah, but it wouldn't explain why everyone else was.
No, but the Snedekers lived in the house for 2 years without an incident. But after they got behind on the rent and their landlady had begun eviction proceedings, suddenly the house was haunted. Also, their story has a lot of details that sound like the movie The Entity, which was popular and super scary. What's also not widely reported is that the family dealt with alcoholism and drug addiction, which makes everything worse. In fact, Ray Garton said that while he was working on the book, he never actually saw Philip, and the Snedekers never mentioned what kind of cancer he had. He did speak to Philip on the phone, and Philip told him that when he stayed on his medication, the ghost stopped. Then Philip's mother quickly ended the call. Ray Garton and some of the Snedekers' neighbors suspected the family might have been using cancer as a cover story for Philip's mental health problems and drug addiction. And despite their claims, they were fully aware that the house was a funeral home. And there was a tenant living in the upstairs apartment who never saw or heard anything. The Snedekers' neighbors, their landlady, even the person writing the book about the case, all said the story was made up. This one is safely debunked. The Enfield poltergeist is a tricky one. We know at least some of the story was a hoax because Janet admitted to it, and the kids were caught multiple times faking so-called paranormal.
Hear it? They admitted to it, and they caught the kids faking shit. Sit up. Sit up.
Incidents, and people say the voice was coming from her without her mouth moving, but there's plenty of video of her mouth moving. The photo of Janet levitating above the bed looks a lot like her jumping off the bed. And that picture was taken with a motion-controlled camera in the girl's bedroom, so nobody else was in the room to confirm what actually happened. This was another case where the movie exaggerates the Warrens' involvement. Again, they just showed up uninvited. They stayed for a few hours, looked around, and left the following day. Ed Warren did have a chance to speak to Guy Playfair, the investigator who spent the most time with the family. Ed told Guy he could make a lot of money from this case. Guy wasn't interested, but the Warrens wrote it up anyway. They cashed in and called this another one of their 10,000 cases. Except they didn't investigate 10,000 cases. If they did one case a day without a day off, that would take them 27 years. So we caught Ed stretching the truth again. Speaking of, there is one true horror story here. His name is Ed Warren.
Yeah, listen to this. Listen to how much of an ass this guy is.
Warner Brothers' multi-film, multi-billion-dollar Conjuring franchise follows Ed and Lorraine Warren, a devoutly religious, happily married couple who travel the world, helping rid frightened families of ghosts and demons.
Here comes the butt.
But just weeks after the release of the first film in 2013, the studio learned about allegations made against Ed Warren. According to Judith Penny, Ed Warren initiated a relationship with her when she was only 15. She used to take his bus and he developed feelings for her. And if that wasn't disturbing enough, soon Judith moved into the Warrens' house. Her relationship with Ed continued for over 40 years, and Lorraine knew all of this. Judith's bedroom was directly across from the Warrens. Eventually, they built an apartment for her upstairs, and according to Judith Penny's sworn testimony, Ed would sleep downstairs sometimes and upstairs sometimes. Their marriage wasn't as perfect as it's been portrayed. Judith said Ed would often beat Lorraine, sometimes knocking her unconscious. She said she was worried he might kill Lorraine one day. Ed often told Judith that she was the love of his life. And in 1978, she became pregnant.
Whoa, she had his baby?
Nope.
But, oh no.
Mm-hmm. She was told a child would complicate the Warrens' business. When attorney Jill Smith was working through the Warrens' movie contract, there was specific language that she had never seen before. Now, it's not unusual for producers to sign a non-disparagement clause when adapting a true story. Right. Nobody wants to sell their story and then look bad. But this contract specifically said that the movies could not depict an extramarital affair, relationships with minors, and some other specific things that I won't get into here. But suffice it to say, the descriptions were graphic. Now, in the Warrens' defense, they said Judith was a girl they took in for charity, and she would watch the house when they were traveling. Judy and Tony Spera, the Warrens' daughter and son-in-law, say they never saw any of the alleged conduct. The Speras believe Judith Penny is being manipulated, though I don't know for what purpose.
But at the same time, the Speras took over the Warrens' business. They run the museum. They have the Annabelle doll. They're making money from this. So it would only benefit them to help the image.
She's in her 70s, married, and doesn't make any money from the films. Though Warner Brothers did offer her $150,000 for her life story.
Hush money.
Yup. Judith says she remained friendly with Ed until his death in 2006. But despite her fondness for him, what he did was despicable and a crime. What it all comes down to is this. No case that the Warrens worked on was ever supported by any evidence besides their word. Ed claimed to have photos and video, but those were never produced. I did see one video that Ed spoke about, the ghost called the Lady in White.
Yeah, this is... Okay, the Lady in White footage is hard to get a hold of, and it's such garbage. When I finally found it and saw it, it just looks like they had somebody walking around in like a white sheet or a white dress or something. And it's so... Look how blurry that is. You can't see shit.
Now that's a pretty compelling video.
No, it's not.
But Judith Penny said Ed told her to put on a white dress and walk around a cemetery, so she did. Now I'm not saying ghosts aren't real and that the Warrens lied about everything. I am saying they lied about some things. And because of that, we have to question everything they say.
Exactly.
Ed Warren was a self-proclaimed demonologist. He said that anyone who was possessed by a demon, he could find and eradicate it. I guess he would know. Ed Warren had a few demons of his own.
So what'd you think?
Today's episode is brought to you by one of...
What'd you think?
Cool.
Cool? How cool? You look bored. Do you want to go? Okay, that's fine. Just go get stuff done that I asked you to, please.
Alright.
Alright. I take care of it. I got you. I got you, Goose. All right. Well, that was Boo for the evening. Boo's young. It's fine. Boo's not going to stay for the whole... Hey, Boo! You forgot something!
Oh, yeah.
Duh. And you knocked something over there. Could you pick that up, please? Thank you. Alright. Well, Boo's gonna head out, but that's fine. That is fine. Alright. Let me hang up the Discord. Don't need to be on the Discord. Oh my god, they're still fucking going at it on... They are still going at it on the fucking Dune game. Holy shit. The gang, the boys, and Rosa. The rest of Nocturne. They are playing the shit out of some Dune MMO. Oh, we got new people joining. Let me see. Just saying hi, just giving a little wave to people who joined our server, our Discord. Thank you all for joining the Discord. Wow, a lot more people than I thought. Fuck yeah. Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. All right, let's see. Let's check out some alien shit. Let's check out some alien shit. I split these up. No, not that. Secret government projects. Okay, here.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by
This
Huey.
is a good one because I was talking about aliens last night.
In
and a lot of the
1974,
cover-up shit
a group
that
of
they did.
scientists beamed a message into space. The message, meant to be received by an intelligent alien species, described life on Earth. Written in simple binary code and using the most powerful radio telescope on the planet, the message was broadcast to a dense cluster of stars in the constellation of Hercules. This exercise was just ceremonial, a way to demonstrate new technology in radio astronomy. Nobody was really expected to receive it, and even if they did, it wouldn't be anytime soon. The nearest star in the direction of the broadcast is 25,000 light years away. So the telescope was tuned to 2380 megahertz, aimed at Hercules, and fired up. The scientists congratulated each other, shook hands, and went on with their lives. But 27 years later, something very unexpected happened with that message beamed into deep space. Someone wrote back.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit! Oops. I pressed the wrong thing.
West Virginia. Boop-a-doop-boo.
West Virginia! My wife loves that song. Oh my god. Hello? Hello? I said hello!
Ah, greetings, Grasshopper. Oh, I see it is
Grasshopper.
mealtime. It is for me as well.
Yes, I'm starving. Wait, where are you? And did you just call me Grasshopper?
Grasshopper. It has been
Hopper.
said that before
Grasshopper.
asking too many questions, one must first learn the art of listening. I have traveled to the Shaolin Temple. My Uncle Irving watches the show, and he could tell I needed to reset my chi.
Your Uncle Irving?
Oh yeah, he's a koi here. Hey, let me crash his pond.
Fine, can I get back?
Be calm,
Ba-dum-bum.
Grasshopper. You are clearly out of balance.
I just want to
You
eat
must
my...
nourish your body and feed your soul with a Huel's high-protein, low-sugar, plant-based meal.
I know, I was about to eat a bowl of yellow coconut curry
When I first arrived at the temple, my Buddha buddies were also struggling with their chi.
Thank you for the
Your
lurk,
Buddha
holes of
buddies?
Orion.
Hey,
Always
ain't no better
welcome.
buddy than
Thank
a
you for
Buddha buddy,
joining us.
And these Buddha buddies seek a better body.
Ah, so you introduced them to Huel.
I did.
All right. Hey, real quick, I want to take a moment to shout out the boys. Look at this. Dr. Aesop, Mags, they got Roses over there playing the Dune MMO. I don't know what the fucking it's called. I was never a fan of Dune. And otherwise, I'd probably be there playing with them now. It looks like they're having a blast, but I really do not like Dune. I don't know why. I tried. I don't like a lot of things that some people really like. And sometimes I really like stuff that people don't. Like, I didn't like Heath Ledger's Joker. I get hell for that all the time. I'm not a fan of Rocky Horror Picture Show. But I absolutely love Tim Curry. And I still quote fucking Rocky Horror because I've still seen it like a million times. But yeah, the boys are over there playing Dune. And I just wanted to give them a shout out. So check out Dr. Aesop Webb, Mags Noctis, Rose of the Vampire. They're all over there having a good old time. All right, now that we've done the shout out, let's get back to some aliens.
27 essential vitamins and minerals, and an easy source of fiber. It has been said that a man who does not eat enough fiber may soon find himself trying to pass a camel through a keyhole.
Wait, in that expression, what's the camel and what's the keyhole?
So I reached out to Huel, today's sponsor, and they hooked me up with some grub for the monks. They love it. They love the way it tastes. They love that it's easy on the environment. And they really love that it's easy on the wallet.
Monks carry wallets?
It's a figure of speech. I will not allow you to damage my calm, Grasshopper. I must keep the mind quiet, that I remain in my chi zone.
Chi zone? I don't think that's a thing.
It's a thing. Please instruct our viewers to go to my.huel.com/the Wi-Files. They'll get free shipping, a Huel t-shirt, and a get-started guide with their first order.
Huh, nice sponsor plug.
Chi zone. Okay, the hot and savory Huel is ready. I gotta feed these guys. We have chant practice in 30 minutes, and this group gets rowdy when their blood sugar drops. Hey, fellas, namaste out of my kitchen, eh?
What? I thought monks took a vow of silence.
Don't believe every...
Sorry for that interruption, folks. I was getting a weird phone call. I got a call from the grocery store near here. I set up a pickup so my wife could pick up groceries on her way home. And they were calling me. I'm like, what? Was there a problem with the pickup? And they didn't respond. And I'm like calling her. And she's like, I'm picking them up now. I didn't want to leave the video playing with nothing going on. So I'm sorry for the interruption. So.
Thing you see on TV, Grasshopper.
You really have to stop calling me.
All right, boys, let's fuel and fuel. Hey, take it easy, fellas.
All right, can we get past the ad? All right, Huel, whatever Huel is.
One morning in 1966, George Pedley was working his farm in Tully, Queensland, Australia, when he heard a strange buzzing sound.
We have a friend in Australia, the Fey Wanderer. He tells us how awful it is and how big his Australian dong is all the time.
From his tractor and started walking in the direction of the sound. Then he saw a circular craft slowly rise above a section of swampland not 50 feet from where he was standing. The craft hovered for a few seconds, shot straight up into the sky, and disappeared. When George went to investigate, he found a large circle of reeds had been pulled from the swamp and flattened into a disc. The circle was 30 feet across, 2 feet thick, and arranged in a clockwise swirl.
It's a
because
crop
of the
circle!
swirl and the thickness of the reeds, locals called the formation a UFO nest. But what
A
this
UFO
actually
nest?
was a crop circle.
Well, yeah, they just hadn't invented crop circles yet. Funny story. I used to be a radio DJ back in the day, but I mean, this was like the early days of internet radio before like Sirius XM and all that shit. This was like radio you had to listen to your computer for, right? And but we were actually pretty successful. We had Jägermeister as a sponsor. Oh my god, we had so much Jägermeister in our fridge. I used to fucking get hammered on the air. But there was no internet censorship. There was none. So I could get away with saying all kinds of fucked up shit on back in the day. So I had a third, I had another job. It was third shift, stocking shelves at Walmart. And I had a bad night, and I came in, I did my radio show in the morning straight from work. And, I told the boss I was tired, and, I went in the green room, and I crashed on the couch. Now, I woke up later, and he's like, well, hey, we're doing talk radio tonight, and we have a guest that's supposed to talk about his book. He wrote a book on crop circles. I was like, oh, well, that's neat. He's like, do you want to be a special guest? I said, fuck yeah. So I sit down, I'm in the studio as a special guest, on this while they have another guest talk about crop circles. And then, so I listen to it, and I'm sitting on the computer looking stuff up. Well, it was internet radio. I had my computer while I was there. So while the guy's talking, I'm looking him up, and I'm looking the book up, and I'm looking all kinds of other stuff up. And I'm like, this guy, I'm noticing this guy is just took everything everybody else already wrote in advance and just pretty much put it in his own book. It's just the same old shit regurgitated from other people. He just changed some words around. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And I called him out on the air. I'm a dick. I'm an asshole. I called him out on the air, and this became this became the infamous episode. Okay? Tired of zero stream? How about you go eat a dick? Sorry, that's on the kick. I got a kick bot. Kick bot! Ban, motherfucker! Get the fuck out of here with that shit. So this became the infamous show because we got into it. He got upset and he asked he said he asked to be taken off the air. Now we're still live. By being taken off, we just took him off of speakerphone. Okay, that's how he was a call-in guest. And he said he leans over, the host leans over. He's like, he refuses to do the rest of the show unless you leave. And I went over and I grabbed the phone and pushed it back on speakerphone and proceeded to tell him, you know what I think? I think I should go do this and do that, blah, 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 and just tore this guy apart, right? I said some very naughty things, but it was like joking on purpose, but like really, really bad shit. But I was familiar with like free speech laws and shit, and I know that my presentation by saying I think, just like stuff that goes on streaming nowadays, the way people cover up like saying in Minecraft. Or that by saying I think, it becomes an opinion. Opinion is protected by free speech. It's not slander because it's just my personal thought. So everything I said was protected under, just opinion. Because I said I think. Do you know what I think? And he tried suing me. Of course, it didn't go anywhere. It became infamous. People loved that I fucking ranted and raved on this guy. For a long time, people asked for them to link the episode so that people could re-listen to it. It took a while, but they finally did put a link just to listen to the infamous episode where I tore this guy apart. But yeah, it was all about an interview with crop circles. But yeah, come on. The guy just copied everything everyone else did, and it was bullshit. And if I was those other people, I'd probably be pissed off too. That this guy's basically plagiarized all their shit, in my opinion. I read it, I listened to him talking about it, I looked it up, I had access to a computer right there, looked up his name, looked up other people's names that wrote it. It was right there in fucking black and white. So,
Since the 1960s, thousands of crop circles or crop formations have been found. They've been seen on every continent in almost every country on Earth. But the epicenter for crop formations is Wiltshire in the southwest of England.
Ew.
Crop formations range from the very simple to the very complex.
Okay, but explain the one, they're saying Wiltshire has the most of them, right? But the first one was in Australia. Why'd they move locations?
Formations can be circles, stars, and other geometric shapes.
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know. I don't hear shit about crop circles no more. Why did they suddenly stop? Which makes me believe that the crop circle shit is just was really faked. I think it was faked by a very talented artist. They probably traveled a lot, which is probably why they were able to do it in other locations. But that's what I think, now. Now, regardless of being fake or not, I mean, look at that. These things are fucking beautiful. The crop circles, fake or not, they really are fascinating. They look beautiful. Do I believe they're alien? No. In my opinion, it doesn't make any fucking sense. I agree that it's fucking weird the way they did it, but just because you don't know how they did it doesn't mean it's supernatural. It just means you haven't figured out how they did it yet. I heard that real crop circles, that you can tell the difference between a real crop circle and somebody using a board to like taper them down, is because the real ones that the nodes on the grass or whatever they're using the field looks like they were microwaved from the inside or something. At least that was something I remember learning about years ago. It was something like that. I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. Well, how did they do that? Just because you don't know how they did it doesn't mean it was a fucking alien. What's up, Boo? I thought you were going.
Yeah. I wanted to know.
She's on her way. Yeah. Can you please do the laundry?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shapes, but some are pictograms, though nobody knows for sure what they mean. Though every formation is different, they have a few things in common. Recognizable patterns that are created very quickly, usually at night. The creation of these patterns is always associated with some kind of light, either a beam of light or an orb of light.
Okay.
Whatever that is, that's being outside.
Like I said, crop circles, fake or not, whatever, they really are, like, beautiful to look at. The way they did their...
Though crop formations seem like a new phenomenon,
They kind of remind me of oh god, what the fuck is his name? That famous artist where you don't know who he is. It all started with the it looks like somebody peeking over a fence with their nose. It says somebody was here. I can't remember their name. I'm just drawing a blank right now. But you know, it's like a famous artist that nobody knows who it is. That's what I think crop circles. They remind me more of that. That they really are a work of art. And by no one knowing who really did them, it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad when you think about it, because nobody's going to recognize them for their artwork, and that's what I feel. That's what I think, is that it's artwork. That's what it is. It's art by a talented artist that no one knows who it is. They put a lot of work into doing this, whether illegal or not. Starry Stallion 5FN. Hey, how you doing? How are you doing? How are you grooving?
Who ordered all this fucking anime titty?
Right?
There's evidence they've been appearing for a long time. In the 9th century, Abelard, the Bishop of Lyon in France, wrote about parishioners who were possibly engaged in devil worship or paganism. They were collecting seeds out of flattened circles in the fields and using them for fertility rituals.
Woohoo! Fertility rituals! I love fertility rituals!
In 1686, Robert Plot, a professor at Oxford, wrote about crop circles.
Okay.
He even drew pictures of a couple that appeared near his home. He said they were formed by a flash of light. And once they were formed, animals wouldn't go near them. Around the same time, a pamphlet was released called The Mowing Devil. It describes how a farmer woke to see a bright light in his field that he thought was fire. When he went to investigate, he found a crop circle.
Now, I wonder if this has something to do more, like, this is just another speculation, whatever. The way they were described, like I mentioned earlier, seeming like the nodes of them seemed like they were microwaved from the inside or something. What if it's a natural phenomenon that we just haven't explained yet? Again, just feeding into like devil's advocate type stuff. Because, as I mentioned earlier, pretty good. How about yourself? I'm not bad, Starry Stallion. Thank you for joining us. You're a new face around here. New screen name. Normally, I actually have a lot more viewers. I guess tonight's a slow night, but it's fine. I'm covering something a little different tonight. Normally, I go through like the top friggin' scary videos or ghost stuff. I thought, but last night there was a lot of talk about aliens, and I remember talking about the CIA cover-up and stuff that happened. So I was like, tonight I'll do the Y-Files, because they talk about a lot of that stuff. And I mean, we're bringing up crop circles, Alien and espionage, crop circles, the CIA cover-up, they don't want you to know. Stuff like that. Sounds really interesting. Well, thank you. Now, I don't know if this is true or not. My daughter Boo was here earlier, and she saw your screen name. She said you were her friend. If that's true, then hi. Welcome. Nice to see a friend. If not, then she must have mistaken you for someone else. But, yeah, what if it's a natural phenomenon? I brought up earlier how radioactive isotopes and stuff found in nature, you know, uranium, stuff like that, were found to have detonated themselves or become radioactive, something about that. I can't remember the specifics. I'll be honest, I don't remember the specifics. But that there had been a blast or activity with these things in nature, naturally occurring. Though rare, it still happened. Well, what if that's what's happening with the crop circles? I mean, some of these patterns occur in nature, like the light patterns, like a reflection or a prism, or you know, similar effects like that. What if it had something to do with that? I don't know. Again, that's skepticism. You already heard my view originally that you know, I thought that it was just a very talented artist doing these crop circles, but.
It's called the mowing devil because the farmer said the circle was so neatly mowed
You're her friend.
that it could
Okay.
not have been.
Welcome, friend. You better be nice to my daughter. You don't want a big boner getting mad at you.
Done by a mortal man. John Leland served as librarian to Henry VIII. He wrote about patterns appearing in grass overnight. In 1937, a British science journal reported circles found in a field of barley and even included one of the first photos taken of a crop circle. In 1945, this photo was taken by a balloonist working for the RAF Parachute Training School.
It just mean, do those look like sliced oranges? Like you sliced an orange in half and looked at it, that's what it looked like. Or any citrus, really. That's what it reminds me of. Yeah, it's nice to see one of her friends coming in. She got bored with watching this stuff. She doesn't like to learn stuff. And she was like, okay, I'm going to take off now. She's probably already hopping onto her Switch. I don't know if you're going to take off and go mess around with her. But it's fine. It's fine. When we did Baldur's Gate together, she was definitely into playing that a lot longer. But yeah. Be nice to my little boo.
In 1952, the U.S. Air Force investigated circles found in Kansas. In 1963, Sir Patrick Moore, an astronomer writing for the New Scientist journal, investigated a formation in Charlton.
In the wheat fields were features taking the form of circular or elliptical areas in which the wheat had been flattened.
Yeah.
One very well defined was an oval, 15 yards long by 4.5 broad.
Okay, real quick. I'm curious about this. I want to look. You know, because we're talking about crop circles, but I really haven't heard much about them in years. You used to hear about, when I was younger, I remember hearing about it. It was like newsworthy shit, but I don't hear about them anymore. Do crop circles still occur? Yes, crop circles still occur. Although the phenomenon is less prominent than it was in the 80s and 90s, while some are created by humans, especially in regions like southern England, others may have more mysterious origins. Okay, so I guess they are still happening. Oh, in fact, look. They got Joe Rogan interviewing the Y-Files guy. Whatever happened to crop? I haven't heard of them. Yeah. It's probably because people are just over them because they still happen. They say that they're not as prominent. Huh. It could be that the artist doing it is just gotten old. I mean, that's a possibility. Maybe they still do it on occasion. Who knows? Who knows?
There was evidence of spiral flattening, and in one case there was a...
Okay, sure. Hold on a second. Let me holler for her. I called her. She's coming. Hey, Boo, come here. Your friend is here. They said, can Boo come on the stream really quick?
Yo, man, what's up?
Talk to the
Yo, man, what's up?
Yeah, we had her little reactive on earlier. Yeah. What's up? The sky is up, and the ceiling.
That's it. I did Bloody Mary earlier in the mirror.
Yeah, you probably missed that part. Boo wanted to prove she wasn't scared of anything, and she went in the bathroom and said Bloody Mary in the mirror like 5 times.
Cause it's fake. It's not fiction. Oh,
What did you get on your shirt?
On
You really? And you're already brushing your teeth?
She's crazy.
Whatever. She's better. She takes care of her teeth better than you do. You gotta brush your teeth, you.
I know. Move.
All right, guys. Go. Let me get back on the air. Let me get back to it.
Ow.
There were the children's. Boo and Little Red. We don't use their real names on the air because I am not dealing with doxing nonsense. Okay? If it was just me, I would not give a shit. But I'm not having 5-0 come into my house with fucking guns raised because some jackass wanted to call in a SWAT. I'm going to be completely honest. I wouldn't risk that. Exactly. Yeah. I don't need that. I don't need somebody coming to my house. If it was just me, it'd be different, but I got a family to think about, and that's fucking crazy shit. Plus, the last thing I need is for my gippy ass to like, put your hands behind her. Like, I'm fucking disabled. I can't walk, motherfucker.
The circular area in the center in which the wheat had not been flattened.
One of the texts discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls is the Book of Enoch.
Ooh.
Enoch talks about lightning leaving marks on the earth. So these formations have been seen since the beginning of recorded history. Even though thousands of circles...
All right, I haven't followed up on this. The Book of Enoch and the Dead Sea Scrolls reminded me of something. I remember watching a documentary. It was on Netflix. And I don't know how true it is. I haven't followed up on it. But the story was really fascinating to me. It was that they supposedly found the Gospel of Judas. And if you know the story of like religion and the Last Supper and all that, you know that Judas was a traitor, right? Well, supposedly, according to this, by the Book of Judas, which they don't set as, you know, religious canon. That is fascinating. Yeah. They don't set as religious canon. The Book of Judas supposedly says that it was all planned. That Jesus asked Judas to turn him in. That Jesus planned all of this. That, you know, it was all part of the plan. That Judas wasn't really a traitor. That he didn't want to do it, but he was talked into it. That Jesus made him do it. So, like, making, you know, Judas one of the most hated people in religion end up being, you know, almost vindicated. But of course, you know, it's not recognized as religious dogma or canon to the story. So I don't know how accurate it is, whether they're just choosing to not deny it because it goes against the story. It could, you know, shake the faith or whatever, or whether it was just a hoax for someone to make some money. I really don't know the accuracy of that. But it's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, think about, you know, what was it? See, this is where my brain stops fucking working. I have is Tom Hanks. That Tom Hanks movie, what was it? Not Angels and Demons, but the original, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. The based on the book, and he finds out that Jesus had a family or something. You know, it's interesting to think about like that. Even if it is fiction, it's still interesting.
Have been found, and many people claim to witness them forming. No one had ever caught it on camera until 1996.
Ooh!
John Whaley was camping out on a hill in Wiltshire called Oliver's Castle.
Okay. Why the fuck are these cameras always so shitty? They're like, oh, we caught it on camera, but it's always fucking shitty.
Fort that was built there many years ago. Around 3 a.m., something caught his eye. He grabbed his video camera and captured footage of several glowing orbs hovering over a field. Then, like magic,
Whoa!
here's the formation from the air. Nobody can agree on what crop circles mean, though most people believe they're messages. Now, this is frustrating to many researchers. They say whoever's...
What is it, Red? I just told you guys she's on her way. I just told you guys. You're killing me, Smalls.
Making these, why don't they just speak English? Well, in 2001, they did.
Ooh! Why don't they just speak English?
Intelligently controlled.
Again, I don't know how accurate this is. By saying that it was a shitty camera earlier, if you're going by the technology, I don't remember where he said. I think he said it was, what, in the 60s or 70s that he got the camera? I'm not sure when he said it was. Nowadays, you could do that shit with, you know, fucking around with fucking video editing software. It's very easy. You could see by the watermark on that previous footage, though, it was on National Geographic, so they picked it up. It's interesting when you think about older videos, older photos that depict paranormal stuff are more interesting to me because they didn't have the technology that we have today to fake shit. You know what I'm saying? But that didn't mean people didn't get more creative either.
You see, the object came down and it stopped for a long...
Well, hello. Hi, Dapper. Yes, I see you, buddy. Hi, I just want to give you a hug.
Nothing random about it. There's no movement in the prevailing wind.
Damn, all of you are down there? All four of my kittens are sleeping by my foot, under my desk. You're right, man. The older pictures are definitely more fascinating. Yeah, I find it more interesting. It doesn't mean that they're all truth. It doesn't mean it's fact. But it would have taken a lot more creativity to fake some of those pictures, those videos.
Piece of evidence.
In 1974, the Arecibo message was sent from Earth to a cluster of stars in the Hercules constellation.
Hercules!
It's called the Arecibo message because that was the name of the giant radio telescope used to transmit it.
Well,
the team that created the message was led by Dr. Frank Drake, with assistance from Carl Sagan. The message was 1,679 binary digits that could be converted to an image, designed to convey information about civilization on Earth. It starts with a representation of the numbers 1 through 10. This provides a key.
How do you get 1 through 10 from that? This almost feels like some puzzle and like some alien life form supposed to figure out what the fuck this means. Oh yeah, of course I know what that means, even though I don't live on your fucking planet. I live on the planet and I wouldn't have gotten 1 through 10 from looking at that. I was about to ask the same thing. Right? What the fuck message? How do you expect someone to just go, oh yeah, I know what that is?
To the rest of the message. Next, atomic numbers of hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus.
Again, aliens. Even if they spoke English, how is that fucking English?
Which are used to make up DNA. Carbon is at the top because it's the most dominant in forms of life. The message shows more information about DNA, including the double helix structure.
That doesn't even look like a double helix. That looks like wavy lines on the side. A double helix, like, actually is a helix. It's Mr. DNA from Jurassic Park.
Bottom, a figure of a human, its average height, and the population of the Earth, which was a little over 4 billion at the time. Next, our solar system, starting with the sun and moving out to Pluto. The Earth is shifted up to identify the planet sending the signal. At the bottom, a graphic representing the Arecibo radio telescope. Now, the nearest star that could possibly receive the message is 25,000 light years away. So we couldn't really expect
I don't know, man. Aliens are
another
definitely built
50,000
different.
years.
Well, yeah, if aliens are real, they're definitely going to be built different. They're going to speak different. They're going to have an entirely different culture. And what? People think that aliens are going to act just like fucking humans? So when they're like, oh, yeah, speak to the aliens, and you put out this fucking picture, and you're like, oh, yeah, they'll figure it out.
On the morning of August 14th, 2001, a formation was discovered right next to the Chilbolton radio telescope. Now, even if you don't know the full design, when you're on the ground, you can tell you're in a crop circle. There's structure and uniformity to it. But
it looks fake. It looks fake. If you look at other crop circles, the reeds are like flat. Like it that's why they're so shocking, is by how flat they get. But if you look at these, like, yeah, they're pressed down, but they're not flat to the ground. All right, they don't look like they've had, like, God, what, like years or months of fucking travel walking on them to get them that flat to the fucking ground. These are still a little bouncy, like somebody came through with a board and did this shit.
But this new formation was different. It was a mess. It wasn't symmetrical. Nobody could make sense of it until it was viewed from the air.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Holy
a face.
It's a cheese
and
grater.
3 days later, this appeared. This became known as the Arecibo Answer.
Ay, Chihuahua!
The formation uses the same 23 by 73 grid. The top line shows the numbers 1 through 10, just like the original, but the reply shows silicon as the main element for life, not carbon.
Bullshit! I call bullshit!
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
Now, to be fair, I'm reacting. I already know the answer to this. It's because this whole crop circle thing was fake. I've already seen this. The statement and the response was bullshit.
Their DNA is shown as having a third string. In the center is a humanoid figure about 4 feet tall with a large head, and their population is about 21 billion. Below the figure is their solar system. They appear to occupy 3 objects in the system, the 3rd and 4th planets, and then there's another shape that could mean a planet or some other object or structure.
A penis!
On the human Arecibo message is a picture of the radio telescope, which was used to send the message. Whoever sent the reply seems to understand this. So what is this design meant to represent? Well, just a year earlier, this formation appeared in the same place. Is this the same object? Is this crop formation a representation of a machine used to communicate through space?
Or a huge fucking stretch.
Frustrated researchers and skeptics agree on something. Why don't they just speak English? Well, almost exactly 1 year later, this formation appeared.
My brain just
See
exploded.
that right there?
Once
that
again, we
looks
see a
like,
face.
That looks like typical pop culture fucking shit. All right? The alien face looking back at you, it looks all creepy and ominous. And yeah, this was all faked.
But that's not a human
to get
face.
in the fucking news.
And just like the Arecibo message was broadcast in binary code, the disk formation also contains binary code. And for the first time, we get an actual, literal message. The code was translated to letters using ASCII, the encoding standard for electronic communication.
Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Believe. There is good out there. We
I
oppose
still
the
believe!
Conduit close.
X-Files. Call Fox Mulder, quick.
Whoever it is that wants to communicate with us is using many different means. In 2004, Robert Ridge was deer hunting a few miles outside of Roswell, New Mexico. Half buried in the dirt, he found a strange rock. On the rock is a geometric carving. Robert grabbed it and didn't think it was anything more than a cool rock someone lost at some point. But he didn't keep it a secret. He showed it to friends and anyone who was curious about it.
Oh, I'm sure.
It didn't take long before strange discoveries were made about the rock. For one, it's magnetized lodestone, which is not a kind of rock found in that area. And under a microscope, the Roswell rock is extremely smooth. There's no carving marks or indication of sandblasting. But the most fascinating discovery is that
I can't
in
remember the
1996,
details on that.
8 years before the Roswell rock was found, this crop formation appeared. The designs match up. Some people think this design is a message. Others think it's a map. Still, others think the Roswell rock, the Arecibo answer, and all crop circles are nothing but a hoax.
Of course
but
they are.
But who create such elaborate hoaxes, and why?
Either bored people or, like I said, an artist. I mean, think about the people that go out in the middle of the night and go and tag everything in these big, fancy fucking graffiti. Don't get me wrong, it takes a lot of fucking talent, but still, you could ask, why do they do it? Well, art. I gotta go, but I might tune back in a bit. No problem, go do you. Thanks for stopping by.
Well, in 1991, we would get the answer when a British newspaper ran a front-page story with the headline, "The Men Who Con the World."
Oh,
dun,
no.
Dun, dun!
On September 9th, 1991, two retirees in their 60s confessed to starting the crop circle phenomenon in 1978. Doug Bauer said the idea came to him one night in a pub. He was living in Queensland.
Okay, now this one, if I believe correctly, they said that he did it, but he was unable to reproduce it. If I recall correctly.
In 1966, when the Tully UFO left behind that circle of reeds. Doug thought it would be fun to trick people into thinking UFOs were landing in wheat fields in southern England. He enlisted the help of his friend Dave Chorley. All they needed to make a crop circle was a wood plank, a bit of rope, and a twisted piece of wire. At first, their designs were simple and crude, but over time they became more and more complex.
And you could center this through this ring, walk straight towards it, and lo and behold, you got the lovely straight line that you could wish for.
International media picked up the story, and the mystery was solved. Crop circles were nothing more than a couple of amiable old fellows playing a prank, and that was that.
That's it? And the story? It's kind of disappointing.
Oh, we're just getting started.
Oh, go on.
Doug and Dave might have created a few crop circles, but their story has a lot of holes.
There you
go.
They
demonstrated their circle-making technique, and the results were janky.
Yeah.
Most crop formations, even back then, were much more precise. Doug and Dave's formations were out of alignment every time. The more complicated the design, the worse the formations were. During one demonstration for a news crew, Doug attempted to reproduce one of his circles and accidentally made it twice as big as it should have been. Then he just gave up on making it. And their story changed over time. They said they started making circles in 1976. Then it was 1975. Then it was 1978. In fact, they never could agree on the year they actually started.
Of course not.
Now, they claimed to have created certain circles and then later said they didn't, but they helped people who did. And Doug and Dave said they created this famous crop circle in 1983 called the Cheese Foot Head Circle.
Dr. Asa?
Doug showed a diagram.
How you doing, homie? I summon the spawns! Oh, great. All right, let me yell. Hold on, I'm going to mute myself so I don't deafen the audience. I summon the flying monkey. They swarm now.
Of it, but his diagram had footpaths in it. The circle had no paths. It had no disturbance.
Just jumped off Dune with the Dark Sun Guild. We built some rad shit, lots of farming. I know. What you're not aware of is I stream sniped you and told everyone to go check you guys out. So, yeah.
Disturbances of any kind. When asked how they created the circle without making
well, yeah,
tracks
I
in the
am
crop,
aware.
Doug said
Dark
they
Sun is the
pole
Nocturne
vaulted
Guild,
into the
in case
field.
y'all didn't know.
Did you just say pole vaulted?
Yep. He said in an interview that you should have...
Wait, you saw what? You saw that I stream sniped you? Aww.
Seen us running through the fields with our sticks.
I didn't do it for that long. I didn't think you would actually catch me doing it.
Sailing over the corn.
Yeah, I would like to see that, actually.
Oh, me too, pal. Apparently these men, in their 60s, pole vaulted into fields carrying their wood boards.
Yeah, you were commenting, and I figured, there you go, see?
They laid down a perfect crop formation and pole vaulted out again. Now, Doug looks pretty fit for an older guy, but he's getting winded walking in a circle.
Yeah.
Pole vaulting seems a little outside of his athletic range. They also
Schedule
added
one
details
tomorrow. Yes, yes, and I will kill more police officers in the game. In the game. I do have a gun, but I found that I am very good with a machete. Holy shit, I was good with a machete. And Cards Against Humanity on Saturday. Can you not? No. It's so much fun, though. Right?
What?
What? Huh? Who? You say hi, Boo? Dr. Aesop's there.
Hi, Dr. Aesop.
Go help your mother, Boo. Boo Boo, go help your mother. Go and push their cat toy back over here. Not so close to the door. There you go. I really think it's what made the warehouse close down when I needed shit. Really? There's a funnier way? Uh-oh. Okay, let's find out tomorrow.
their story as other crop circles were found. One day, a couple of people...
Dr. A, what's your thoughts on crop circles? Personally, well, we need a van. I'll leave it at that. Personally, I think crop circles were made by a really talented artist. Now, I did Google search it, and they said crop circles are still happening today, but they're not as prominent. But I think that it was just a span of somebody just doing really talented. People were bored and wanted attention to do something interesting. Well, the ones that have been attributed, they aren't that complicated. It's really easy. Well, this guy's fucking it up. That's the problem. This guy claimed credit for the crop circles, and he couldn't reproduce them. The ones that were proved, well, as close to genuine, were completely symmetrical and really, like, knocked down, you know, timing and space. And I think that they were just done by a talented artist, in my opinion. But this guy was claiming that even though, because of his age, he was getting winded just doing a circle, claims that him and his friend were pole vaulting into the field and doing it. I'm like, your fitness says otherwise. It's simple math and using common measurement tools. Well, yeah, but they were having to do it at night in the span of one day, like one evening, to get that much work done. Again, I still think it was a talented artist. All right, but I wouldn't. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that there were plenty of drunks and kids going out and trying to make them too. All right, but like these guys, the guys that claim credit, they went and found that they couldn't get accurate measurements. They weren't symmetrical. Do you know how many people live around farms? They're bored. Oh, no, I believe you. Yes, they do get bored, and they will do dumb shit. I was just saying that. I do believe there is a bunch of people going around, goofing around, and be like, hey, let's go make a crop circle in that field. Right? But the ones that were really fancy, if you look, they say that they focused, mostly appeared in one specific area of England. All right? And that's what leads me to believe that it was a talented artist. That the ones that had the most symmetry and they really had it down pat, I think was one specific person doing it. I agree that it's most likely someone with a lot of skill. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there were plenty of crop circles that were people just bored out of their fucking mind. Completely agree. Completely. All right. But the ones that were just beautiful works of art that you see from the sky and they're completely symmetrical and it's just dazzling to look at, I think that was just a talented artist remaining anonymous, you know, putting that shit out there and letting them believe it's fucking aliens or whatever. I think just seeing their work is probably gratification enough. At least that's my opinion.
People investigating a circle told Doug they were looking for a jelly-like
I mean, two
substance that was
sticks and a
found
rope
in a
make a
formation.
straight line,
Doug
and
told
you
them
can
it was
make
probably
circles with the
waste
same
ejected from a
technology.
plane. Later, Doug had a story about making a crop circle, and while he was
with enough know-how, I'm sure you could do it. All right, I'm not doubting that at all. All right, but somebody that was doing the really symmetrical, large fucking formations, you know, like here we're at 1758. Let me see. Where is it? Where's the really fancy fucking one? Like the really fancy shit. Where is it?
the formation a UFO nest. But what this actually was a crop. Since circles or crop formations have
like these beautiful
found.
fucking things. I feel like
They've
some
been
of
seen
these
on
were
every
made
continent.
by an artist. They're symmetrical. They're perfectly formed. Somebody with a lot of know-how planned out how they were going to do this and really knocked it out. This wasn't just a couple drunks or kids going out in the middle of the night. This was planned out. Like I said, I think it's an artist. I mean, Tuesday, yeah. How old are these men? I don't know. I know they started in the 60s. Okay, I know crop circles started in the 60s. So these could be anywhere between the 60s and the 80s, you know.
They didn't have a soda.
This is your mother.
They didn't have your soda.
So you didn't get me anything?
You're in the cart right now. Your soda from yesterday, Phil.
No.
I got you a 2-liter yesterday.
Still think it was people from here. Fascinating. Yeah. All right.
Almost every.
I'm fucking mad at Walmart because they're fucking bullshit fucking liars. All right, I order shit for pickup to make it easier, so my wife can just pick up the groceries after work, and they flat out fucking lie because I think the shopper's too fucking lazy to do shit. Like they say, oh well, yeah, we didn't replace it, and because it's out, and then she goes in the store and finds it. Yeah, it's out, but it's right here. You fucking lazy piece of shit. I'm so fucking salty right now.
Country on Earth. But the epicenter for crop formations is Wiltshire in the southwest of England.
Okay. Yeah, see, Wiltshire in the southwest of England. That's the epicenter. That's where most of the stuff happens. That's why I believe that it was someone living in the area.
Ejected from a plane. Later, Doug had a story about making a crop circle, and while he was doing it, he got hit in the head with a piece of frozen waste ejected from a plane's toilet.
And they call those Boeing bombs.
Right.
Yeah, big old frozen chunk of poopy.
He stumbled back to his car, dazed, with blood trickling down his face. The problem is, planes don't dump waste over that area. It would be illegal, dangerous, and disgusting. Another story came out about people finding bits of metal thought to be meteorites at crop formations. Soon after that, Doug and Dave's crop circles had little bits of iron scattered all around. So, a few things. Did Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley create some crop circles? Yes. When Doug and Dave came forward, about 1,500 crop circles had been seen in at least 23 countries.
Oh, well, you can't pole vault to Belgium.
Right, even Doug couldn't do that. But they inspired a lot of copycats.
Yes,
soon most crop formations were man-made. So is there a scientific way to tell if a crop circle is not a hoax, but genuine? There is.
Okay. Let's hear this. I want to hear this.
Most crop formations are man-made. The vast majority are. And there are telltale signs of this. Sometimes spotting a man-made crop circle is as simple as finding a footpath through the field leading up to the design. But often crop formations intersect the lines made by tractors called tram lines, which can hide tracks. To spot a hoax, we look at the plants themselves. Man-made crop circles done by flattening plants with boards are destructive to the plants.
Yeah.
You'll see cracks and bruises on the stalks.
Okay.
On the ground, the crushed plants look messy. The leaves and flowers will be mashed to the ground. Marks will be visible on only one side of the plant where it was stomped by a plank of wood. Many of those marks are creases where you can actually bend the stalk. Genuine crop circles don't look like this at all. First, the lay of the pattern will flow like water. There's a gentleness to it, an elegance. And many times the stalks are layered and even braided. In genuine...
Okay, that's why I think it's a talented artist that planned this out right down to that part. I don't know how, and I think that's the beauty of it, that people don't know how they did it like that. But just because you can't say how doesn't mean that it's supernatural in any way.
In crop circles, most plants aren't damaged. They'll continue to grow horizontally and then after a few days return to their vertical position. In this formation found in May 2005, the flowers weren't damaged at all. They were somehow laid down gently. A group of clumsy men with wooden boards couldn't do this. We know this because it was tried. A group of crop circle makers attempted to reproduce this formation. From the air, it looks pretty good. But on the ground, the man-made version is a mess. The plants are trashed. A formation in 2003 was especially puzzling. In parts of the design, the plants weren't completely flattened. They were bent a few inches from the top. It's been described as like the grooves of a record. How do you make this with planks and rope?
You don't.
You don't. Another sign of a genuine circle can be seen, especially in wheat. In late summer, when wheat turns gold, the kernels become heavy and bend over from the weight. They also become stiff and are impossible to straighten. But the wheat within a crop circle, the kernels have straightened out and can't be bent. So what would do this? Radiation. Wheat stalks are separated by structures called apical nodes.
Now, I said this earlier in the stream because I had seen this before, but even before I saw it on the Y-Files, I saw another thing about crop circles that said that they seemed like they had been microwaved or something at the nodes. If I recall, if I remember what they said in that show.
These are like the knuckles on your fingers. In the 1990s, biophysicist William Levengood started analyzing plants taken from crop circles. His team found the nodes in crop circle wheat were elongated, and in many cases they were ruptured.
Oh, a rupture on an elongated node? I think they make a cream for that.
This rupture is called an expulsion cavity. The only way this could be replicated is with bursts of microwave radiation. The way your microwave oven works is it heats up water, fats, and sugar in food. Microwave energy is heating up the water in the wheat stalk nodes. The water turns to steam and then they burst, just like popcorn. Now you can't fake this. It happens to the plant internally.
There's no way you could hoax that.
People who claim to have witnessed crop circles being made...
Dr. A, are you still here? I would love to hear your take on that. I really want to hear your take on that. You're much better with the scientific aspect. Like I said, I tend to view things as from the shyster side. Not sure. Yeah, I think it's fascinating. It's fucking amazing. They're saying that it was microwave from the inside, the expulsion in the nodes, the way the wheat lays down. Like I said, it doesn't mean it was alien or supernatural in any way. It just means somebody used a tactic, used a way of doing it that we haven't figured out how yet.
And there's quite a few witnesses report seeing a mist over the pattern immediately after it's formed. This mist is actually steam coming from the plants that were flash heated by microwave radiation. While experimenting with radiation, Levengood found crop circle seed had a huge increase in growth compared to non-crop circle seed. By exposing seeds to short, controlled bursts of radiation, they grow bigger and faster than seeds not exposed to radiation. Another experiment showed that wheat harvested from within a crop circle has a much higher amount of protein than wheat outside the circle. So there's evidence that whatever energy is used to create crop formations is leaving residual traces of this energy in the area. Some crop formations are covered in a dusting of microscopic spheres of magnetized iron, specifically meteorite iron. Researchers call this a magnetic glaze. These spheres are usually found around the perimeter of a formation, and they're distributed linearly, not randomly. Because the iron particles are magnetized perfect spheres, it means they were melted and formed within a highly energetic magnetic field. When people are inside crop formations, many are affected by electromagnetic radiation. Just look at this.
Ja, jeg har rød. Jeg får motsatt, men du ser det sånn litt. Guri malla, det blir helt sånn. Og nå blir det borte. Nå blir det borte. Ja, da blir det vanlig. Nå blir det vanlig igjen.
Ja, visst.
As part of an experiment, a woman with an enlarged thyroid sat in a crop formation for 2.5 hours. While being monitored by a doctor, her thyroid shrunk by 40%. Often cameras, watches, and other electronic devices stop working inside a crop circle. In fact, pregnant women and people with pacemakers are discouraged from going near one.
Y-Files always does it this way. They lay out the story with all the questions and weirdness, then they explain it. Yes, and I do like that layout. All right. The one I did before this was going on about the Warrens and their paranormal bullshittery, and I love the big expose at the end. But yeah, I've got a special salty place for the Warrens. But yeah, I want to hear what he says. I have seen this one before. In fact, I've seen every episode of the Y-Files. I just don't remember the outcome of that one. I don't remember what they said about those microwave things, because I know they don't always have an explanation for everything.
To skeptics, all this talk about energy sounds woo-woo, but I just showed you the real effects on plants and people. Now, it's fair to say that the elongated nodes and growth rates of wheat could be a coincidence. It's also fair to say that the physical reactions experienced by people could be psychosomatic, all in their minds. But skeptics, how do you explain this? These are called ghost formations, or ghost circles. This is when the design of a crop formation is still visible after the field has been plowed. Sometimes a ghost formation remains through the following season. Sometimes it remains for 2 years before finally fading. But this
what do you think about this? What do you think about this theory or thought, speculation? What if someone was fucking with radiation? Now, I heard about this one guy, these guys that broke into an old hospital trying to get, trying to find scrap that they could sell. And they found, I think it was an old MRI machine or an X-ray machine. It was something with radioactive isotope inside. And they broke it open and fucked around with the isotope, handing it around, showing it off to people, and everyone got radiation sickness and people were dying from it. But what if somebody fucked around with something like that? What if somebody had something like radioactive that they were just using willy-nilly like an art tool to go do this shit? I don't know how they would do it, don't get me wrong. I don't know the hows or the workings of. But if they're saying that this is showing signs of radiation, what if that's all somebody did was like, they experimented with it, they saw what it did to crops, and they're like, hey, let's do this. And they went and fucked around with it. I mean, it's just a thought. I have no proof.
Doesn't happen with all crop formations. Nobody knows why, but it could have something to do with where the patterns are found. A study was done in the early 2000s of all the crop circles in southern England found that year. The study showed that 98% of all non-man-made formations were over chalk aquifers. And by the way, chalk aquifers can be used for generating electricity. Everything keeps pointing back to electromagnetism.
Could you just ask?
If there's an epicenter for crop formations in southern England, it's Silbury Hill. Silbury Hill was built thousands of years ago. It's 129 feet tall and covers an area of about 5 acres. Nobody agrees on what it was originally used for, but every year crop formations appear near it, sometimes right next to it.
Yeah, that's probably where my body is buried. They tried to do a standard 6-foot hole, but then they realized how big my dick was, and they ended up having to pile the dirt pretty high.
And by the way, the whole thing is one giant pile of chalk. Not far from Silbury Hill is Stonehenge. Crop circles appear there too. One of the most famous of these is called the Stonehenge Surprise. On Sunday, July 7th, 1996, this formation appeared mere feet from Stonehenge. It's been called one of the most complex and spectacular crop circle designs ever seen. The design is a Julius set, a type of fractal. Fractals are visual representations of mathematic formulas that repeat themselves at different scales. Zoom way in or way out, the pattern is the same. Look at how close Stonehenge is to the formation. Look at the visibility. Stonehenge has 24-hour security. The guards saw nothing unusual the night before. Crop formations also appear near Avebury, which is in the same area. The Avebury henge is massive, twice the size of Stonehenge. Now, a ley line is believed to be an invisible path or energy line that connects...
I don't know about ley lines. Like, I'm not gonna go into fucking that stuff. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, for like role-playing games and stuff, I'll use ley lines for fucking fantasy and shit. But, that fractal crop circle was very interesting. You know, it's something occurring in nature, and if it's, you know, a naturally occurring thing that they just haven't figured out yet. I mean, nature is fucked up. There's plenty of shit in nature that we didn't know about until, you know, somebody proved it. They're like, oh, so that's what it is. You know what I mean? There was shit that people were like, oh, that's witchcraft. Oh, like, no, that's fucking penicillin.
Sacred sites. Ley lines are thought to create a network of energy across the Earth, influencing the flow of energy and aligning with cosmic forces. The area around Stonehenge is on one of those ley lines. If crop formations are an attempt at communication, they're clearly using mathematic concepts, and this would make sense. Math is a universal language. But what do the messages mean? What story do they tell? Are crop formations proof of space travel? Do they offer an explanation for space travel? Are crop formations a map? Are they blueprints for a machine? Well, the answer to all those questions is yes.
Humans are natural. Our actions are according to our nature. Human actions are natural. Well, yeah. Anything a human does would be technically natural. I don't know, unless they start fucking animals, then I think there's a problem.
Over the years, crop formations got more and more complex. What started out as simple circles became patterns like this. This is the famous Milk Hill Galaxy Spiral, found in 2001. The spiral consists of 409 perfect circles, 1,000 feet across, spread over 700,000 square feet. And look at how clean the design is. That's not even flat ground. This formation is a hard one for skeptics to deal with. Remember, England is pretty far north. In the summer, the days are very, very long. The night the spiral was made, there was only about 4 hours of darkness. It would take a huge crew of people to lay down this pattern in 4 hours. And by the way, it was raining the night it appeared. You'd think the field would be full of muddy footprints by the army of hoaxers it would take to make this. But nope, the Milk Hill Spiral is pristine. Fractals are a common theme with crop formations. Geometric shapes and other expressions of mathematic functions are also quite common. Even complex math problems are expressed. Squaring the circle is a problem in geometry first proposed in Greek mathematics. Squaring the circle involves using a compass and a ruler to create a square and circle with the same area.
Red, are you really
now,
doing
this has been
right
proven
now?
impossible, since calculating the area of a circle requires using pi. And if you remember your math lessons, pi is an irrational number, meaning it can never be exact. So you can never get the area of a circle to equal the area of a square. But there are methods that allow you to get close. And these methods have been seen in crop formations for years. Crop formations often use other mathematic concepts, like the golden ratio and Fibonacci numbers. Here's a formation that, when it appeared, people found very confusing. Then a mathematician solved it. It's a representation of pi out to 10 decimal places. The lengths of the arcs represent each digit. There's
Everyone
even a decimal
says that
point
these-
and an indication that the number continues forever.
Everyone said that these appeared overnight. These were made before GPS. It would have taken a shitload of time. Then you interview the locals. The locals are all like, nah, how weird. They're doing this thing called fucking with you. I mean, yeah. Yeah, they are fucking with you. Again, I still think I still think it's a talented artist. Maybe fucking around with something radioactive. I don't know. I don't know the details. I do find it fascinating. I like that helix design and the thought that maybe it was something occurring in nature that they couldn't explain. Because I believe that they said it wasn't on here. I saw it somewhere else that there were naturally occurring like radioactive isotopes, like plutonium or something, and that there was a location where there was proof. They had proof that it had detonated, though it was a small detonation and it's very rare, but that nuclear detonations could occur naturally. Their microwave shit was only in some specimens. Well, yeah, of course. The rest were bullshit. Of course. And the microwave bullshit, well, the microwave bullshit could only be looked at in the, I believe it was wheat fields. It was wheat field. But the way I see it is, if it's a person doing it, maybe they're using a different tool compared, depending on what they're working with. Almost like using a different brush. You get what I'm saying? So they're doing a wheat field, they use this one thing. Okay, this one's got flowers. Okay, we'll do this. You know, and they say it happened in one night, but there's no guarantee. How do you know it happened in one night? Maybe it took multiple nights, you just didn't notice it. People do two things reliably. They fuck around and they lie. Yes. People lie. Everybody lies. I do like Dr. House.
But there are also designs that, at first glance, look like geometry, but not exactly right. That's when some researchers had the idea to stop looking and start listening. This particular circle resembles what's called a cymatic pattern. A cymatic pattern is a shape that forms when sound waves vibrate a material like water or sand. Ernst Chladni was a German physicist and musician who documented cymatic patterns. He proved that different sound frequencies create different patterns, and these patterns can be predicted and repeated. Could the builder of this crop circle be telling us that this sound frequency has special meaning? If it does, how do we apply it? Well, let's look for more clues. In 2011, this double spiral...
But see, it's already been proven that there was somebody that already documented these sound patterns. It doesn't mean that it's supposed to mean anything. It could just mean that the artist that's doing these said, here, I already did my light patterns thing. How about I do, let's work in sound. Like fucking like their Blue Period or something. And they decided to do the same thing. Make those patterns and then replicate it. There you go.
Formation appeared on Windmill Hill, the location of another ancient site. The same day, another double spiral appeared near Stonehenge, just a few miles away. Dr. Jerry Croft thought these formations could represent neutron stars. And although it's very rare, sometimes neutron stars collide and form a magnetar.
I heard about that Pokemon before.
What makes magnetars unique is their incredibly strong magnetic fields, which are among the strongest known in the universe. These magnetic fields are thousands to billions of times stronger than those of neutron stars. A magnetar's gravity is so strong that it dramatically warps space-time around it. In theory, this warping of space-time could lead to an Einstein-Rosen bridge, better known as a wormhole. A wormhole, again in theory, can connect two very distant points in space, essentially creating a shortcut that allows you to travel to a...
Isn't that a moon bridge? I'm joking.
Location faster than light could get there in a straight line. Now, I'm aware this is a lot of in theory and possibly and maybe regarding these crop formations. After all, magnetars are so rare that in the entire galaxy, only 10 have ever been found. Well, 11. Because the following day, literally the day after these crop formations appeared, a new magnetar appeared. I don't mean it was always there and was just discovered. I mean it wasn't there yesterday and it's there today. Then in 2022, this crop formation appears. 2 sections of concentric rings connected by a line. It's been theorized that this represents a wormhole. It shows 2 points in space surrounded by warped space-time and then a portal between. The outer ring represents the bending of space-time. Now maybe this crop formation is just a design with no special meaning, but that would be rare. Almost all crop formations have a message or purpose. So let's assume, for fun, that all these messages are puzzle pieces, that when the pieces are fit together, they show proof of a wormhole and a map of how to get to it. But how? How do we do that? Well, that's the question that electrical engineer Nikola Romansky asked. Nikola saw this image of a crop circle that seemed to be meaningless. It didn't have a recognizable geometry. It wasn't symmetrical.
That's the same fucking thing. It wasn't there yesterday. It was today. It's exactly the same as we just discovered it. Well, yeah. But I get what he's saying. Alright, context-wise. He's saying, oh, well, it's not like it always existed and we just didn't know about it. He's saying, we're aware of this area. It wasn't here, and now it's here. Kind of like how garbage appears in my fucking house. It just appears because I asked the kids who put that there, and they're both like, it wasn't me. It just appeared there. It wasn't there before, but it is now.
But Nikola had an idea. He brought the shape into his 3D software and extruded it around the center axis, meaning he spun it around to make a shape. So Nikola found more crop formations and did the same thing. He rotated the designs around a central axis to create their shapes in 3D. And after a while, he had a collection of what appeared to be blueprints, instructions on how to create some kind of machine.
So what did he...
But he's specifically using the same arguments, language, and double talk that enthusiasts of such things do. It's really good satire. Well, yeah, he does use those things. In fact, I think a lot of times he reads straight from the stories to make it as accurate as possible.
Do.
Well, what do you think he did? He built it. Nikola Romansky reached out to filmmaker Charles Maxwell and asked for help. Maxwell was working on a documentary about crop circles. Nikola needed help and funding to build his machine. This machine, he thought, was a vehicle that ran on zero-point energy, could alter gravity.
I've heard that a million times before. Zero-point energy, wonderful, huh?
And reached light speed. How can you not build it? So they enlisted 3D designers and machinists. They hired electricians and fabricators. It took over 3 years and they finally had their prototype.
No!
It didn't work.
Of course not.
Well, they got some plasma to ignite, but they ran out of money.
Oh.
The entire process is in the documentary, which I linked below. The truth is, whatever they were building probably wasn't going to work. But it's possible that Nikola was onto something. That the secret to zero-point energy, gravity, and space-time all...
I can't wait for the part where it's like, this guy didn't exist. This study never happened. The part's fabricated. Well, yeah. Of course. It always... I love that part at the end.
All comes down to one thing.
That's why I love the Y-Files. I watched every episode.
Whenever government whistleblowers describe reverse engineering UFOs, spin is always a core piece of the technology. According to Mark McCandlish, a former aerospace designer, UFO anti-gravity and propulsion are achieved by rotating liquid mercury. The infamous Nazi bell-shaped UFO de Glocke was said to use similar technology. Bob Lazar talked about studying element 115 when he worked at Area 51. E-115 is said to power alien spacecraft. And when Lazar made those claims in the 1980s, there was no such element. But in 2003, E-115 was discovered. A whistleblower came forward just a few weeks ago. He claims to have been a military contractor working on reverse engineering UFOs. He said that...
Well, yeah. But see, it's still educational. Alright, he still tells you the story about everything that occurred or surrounding it, and then clarifies it all at the end. It's still educational. It's fantastic, it's entertaining, but it's still educational in the end.
Their engines use counter-rotating cylinders with element 115 as the power source. Russian physicist Nikolai Kozyrev believed the twisting and spinning of space-time called torsion was the secret to unlocking gravity and unlocking everything. In 2019, an engineer working for the US Navy filed a patent for a plasma compression fusion device. This is a machine that can generate a tremendous amount of power, like terawatts of power in a small package. The device is about the size of a car, but can put out as much energy as a nuclear power plant. If it's real, the energy is clean and unlimited. His invention is based on spin. The scientist is Salvatore Pais.
I saw this
and he currently
movie. It
works
had
for the US
Keanu
Space
Reeves in it,
Force.
didn't it?
He's filed quite a few interesting
It's
patents
fusion
on
research.
behalf of the United States government. Propulsion engines, room temperature superconductors, inertial mass reduction devices, and high-frequency gravitational wave generators. This may sound like science fiction, but the US military is taking these patents very seriously. Every single one of them is based on spin. Now, I don't know
And
if it's
there used to
irony
be a
or
lot of
poetic
BS
justice,
confusion. Oh,
but
I
it could
believe
turn
it.
out that
Oh, yeah.
nature's most mysterious secrets, like gravity, won't be discovered in a lab. It's possible that unlocking the secrets of nature might be done in a field of wheat.
I'd rather learn about the birds and the bees. It's more fun.
Crop circles are a controversial subject. The history of the crop circle
Here we
community,
go.
if that's what you want to call it, is filled with intrigue, lies, and double crosses.
Of course.
Today, if you bring up crop circles in any mainstream venue, you'll get eye rolls and laughter. But that wasn't always the case. At one time, crop formations were taken seriously by the media, the government, and the general population. A new type of science emerged called cerealogy, named for Ceres, the goddess of agriculture and grain crops.
I bet that there is folklore about how people in these regions have always done shit like this. Maybe. Maybe. If I remember the beginning of this, the first crop circle, aka first known as a UFO nest, was first seen, I believe it was in 1967, and it was in Australia. That was the first one.
Crops. Journals were created. Articles about crop formations were mainstream. Nick Pope spent over 20 years investigating UFOs for the British Ministry of Defense. He said the Army started investigating crop circles in 1985. Then glyphs started to appear in southern England in 1989, and crop formations were becoming complex. There seemed to be an intelligence at work. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher asked her cabinet to find out what the hell was going on. The following summer, Operation Blackbird was launched.
Oh. This? Okay, you gotta check this out. I remember this. I know what Operation Blackbird is. And it's fucked up.
Blackbird was a 3-week surveillance operation with the goal of filming a crop circle forming in real time. The project was planned by prominent crop circle researchers Colin Andrews and Pat Delgado. It was sponsored by the BBC and Japanese national television. Not only did the project have the blessing of the British government, but the crops to be filmed were on land owned by the Ministry of Defense. By working with the MOD,
The first one associated with a UFO, sure. But what about previous to that event? What year was the first circle? Like I said, I don't remember exactly. I think they said it was 1967. I think that's what they said. It's right in the beginning of the episode.
acres of farmland could be cordoned off to keep out hoaxers and prevent any genuine crop circles from being trampled by a curious and excited public. The military had every inch.
Maybe the people before that had enough common sense to say, why am I going to waste my time fucking around in a field? But then somebody did it, it got on the news, and then a bunch of drunk people were like, hey, it's popular now, let's go fuck around.
Of the field covered with cameras. They had night vision and even infrared cameras to detect body heat. If a circle was going to form, it would definitely be seen. This was a huge event. Millions of people around the world watched.
Oh yeah, I believe that. But also, I believe that the reason most of these crop circles are in England, because in the US, if you fuck around on a farm, there's a pretty good shot of getting shot by a redneck.
And every day, Colin Andrews would appear on TV and describe the day's events. On day 2, a crop circle appeared, and Colin Andrews went on television and spoke very enthusiastically about the discovery. And then everything came crashing down. The formation was a hoax. Not just a hoax, but an embarrassing one. The design was crude, and placed in the center of the circle was an astrology board game. Colin Andrews, a serious investigator and the face of the crop circle phenomenon, was humiliated.
Somebody's had a laugh, they've had a joke,
Damn, wish Nap and Terracotta were here.
Actually done none of us any good, but sets these sort of things, only set the research back.
In the span of an afternoon, the field of crop circle research went from mainstream science to fringe theory, and it's been there ever since.
Hang on.
What?
If the army had the whole thing blocked off and covered with cameras, how come they didn't see nothing? It was a setup.
It was a setup. Well, allegedly.
Totally a setup.
Colin Andrews believes, and I think there's plenty of evidence to support his theory, that the army intentionally wanted to discredit him and the entire crop circle phenomenon. That doesn't mean the military didn't believe in crop formations. Quite the opposite. At the same exact time the highly public Operation Blackbird was going on, the army was running a secret surveillance operation a few miles away on Silbury Hill. In fact, they allegedly had film of bright orbs flying over the fields just to the south of the hill. But this operation only became known later. It appears that Blackbird was sleight of hand. Get the public focused on Blackbird, while the real operation took place a few miles away. Even now, when crop circles or glowing orbs appear, it's not uncommon for military helicopters to show up. Not only do the helicopters patrol the area, but they'll also chase the orbs around the countryside.
Yeah.
Clearly, the military believes that crop formations are something more than simple hoaxes. But after the Blackbird fiasco, none of this mattered. Crop circles were debunked, and Colin Andrews became a fringe character.
I mean, it makes sense. I had to Google it because you don't hear about crop circles much anymore. And I was like, yeah, apparently they're still occurring, though not as prominently. But, so they do Project Blackbird. They totally discredit the whole crop circle thing. All of a sudden, nobody gives a shit about crop circles anymore.
Colin's partner, Pat Delgado, was so disheartened by the Blackbird hoax that he retired and gave up his research.
Sounds like Deep State wins again, eh?
But that's not the end of the story.
Go on.
Colin Andrews may have become fringe in the public's eye, but he was a serious investigator, and crop circles were a real phenomenon. Even without mainstream support, he continued his work, and plenty of people supported him. Believers in crop circles were now fringe believers, but they still believed. This could be a problem for the government. They couldn't allow crop circles back into the mainstream, so British intelligence began a disinformation campaign, and to help them spread disinformation, they brought in the best.
CIA.
In his 1999 book, Cosmic Top Secret, The Unseen Agenda, author John King got Colin Andrews to sit for an interview. Colin knew that the only way hoaxers could get onto that field during Blackbird was if it was an inside job. When Colin made the announcement that a crop circle appeared, he hadn't even seen it yet. It was pitch black. He was pressured to make the announcement, so he did. He didn't report what he had seen with his own eyes. He reported what was described to him by the army. As soon as the sun came up, he knew it was a hoax, but there was nothing he could do. He had a deal with the military that they would provide people, equipment, and land, but he had to cooperate with them.
Big mistake. You shake hands with the military-industrial complex, you're making a deal with the devil.
Yep. According to Colin, phase 1 of the disinformation campaign was to debunk crop circles with Operation Blackbird. Phase 2 was Doug and Dave, who showed up a year later. Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley admitted to being the makers of crop circles, and to this day, that's the official explanation. Colin doesn't think they're part of the intelligence community, but he believes they were used by and compensated by people in the IC.
They were paid?
Oh yeah, they were paid thousands of dollars for their story. We know this for a fact because they were only paid half up front. They had to sue for the other half.
Deal with the devil.
Next came phase 3. A freelance.
I mean, that documentation is pretty prickly. You know, like, we know they were paid because they had to sue for the other half. Well, that don't look good for that explanation.
Freelance journalist named Jim Schnabel arrived on the scene. According to Colin Andrews, Schnabel was CIA. Now, James Schnabel was not an official CIA officer, but he certainly could have been an agent. If you search his name in the CIA database, you'll get plenty of hits. And Schnabel's name is always connected to paranormal cases like crop circles and remote viewing. Anyway, Schnabel was conducting private interviews with everyone involved with Blackbird and with other crop circle researchers.
Yeah.
He was driving wedges between people, misquoting them, and pushing the narrative that crop circles were debunked.
Being a reporter dick. You know, there's so many of those fucking assholes. That's why people don't like to do interviews. Those ones are for Mommy.
Yes, they're mine. She made the one for me.
Okay. You're welcome.
Colin Andrews became convinced of Schnabel's CIA involvement during a spooky conversation. Schnabel had recorded and read to Colin the details of private conversations Colin had one evening while sitting in his car alone. And Colin Andrews has other evidence that he was being bugged and surveilled. It has to do a lot with invoices and stuff, and I'll link below if you want the specifics.
He literally has the receipts.
He has the receipts. And look.
Okay. Now, if crop circles are nothing but bullshit, why the fuck has the government got their hands so fucking far deep inside it? Is it just overly paranoid bullshit? I mean, there's definitely a problem, but, I mean, there is proof that the government is involved. Choppers chasing down the area. The army offering, you know, their personnel and their land for the government is involved.
It's very, very common for the CIA to use journalists as assets. More common than people think. People talk to journalists.
Welcome back, Starry Stallion. Your friend, oh no, Boo's not here. What do you want, Red? Okay, but you didn't do the wiggle dance. Okay.
So they're useful at collecting intel, and people listen to journalists, so they're great at spreading disinformation. You may have heard about Operation Mockingbird. This was a project where over 400 American journalists were working as direct assets for the CIA. Carl Bernstein exposed—
Oh, wonderful! Isn't that stupendous?
How at least 10 journalists and editors at the New York Times were CIA operatives for years. And this is still happening right now, and I can prove it. But covering that and Operation Mockingbird is a full episode. And if you'd like to hear the whole story, let me know in the comments. Now, whatever your favorite newspaper is or your favorite news channel is, assume 10% of editors, reporters, and media personalities are working for the CIA or FBI in some capacity. Yes, it's that many.
JFK warned us this would happen.
He certainly did. Colin Andrews remembers a direct approach from a CIA operative. He met a man who claimed to have seen a crop circle being formed while he was out one night studying foxes.
Oh, sexy broads.
No, actual foxes.
Ah.
The man used this story as a way of being accepted in the crop circle scene. People got used to seeing him around. Well, a few weeks later, this man knocks on Colin's door. They go for a walk, and the man asks Colin tons of questions about crop circles, their locations, what he thinks they are,
He's a man in black.
But Colin started to get annoyed when the man was asking if he knew if the Russians were involved. At the end of their talk, the man tells Colin, "You're one of us now."
I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, and this sounds even funny coming out of my mouth, but he said, CIA.
The man told Colin that there was a large amount of money waiting for him in a Swiss bank account. All he had to do was state publicly that crop circles were a hoax. Colin could go on researching circles all he wanted.
Again,
the CIA would help him become the #1 crop circle expert in the world. They would give him special equipment. They would give him a staff. They would give him a budget. But when he came across a real crop formation, he was to call this man and nobody else. Colin Andrews passed on this offer, but the man harassed him with phone calls for a while after that. Soon the calls became so threatening that Colin contacted the British Ministry of Defense, but they said there was nothing they could do.
What?
Well, they said it was out of their jurisdiction.
Oh, was he in England?
Of course.
Yeah. That is a bunch of bull.
Yeah, Colin was annoyed, but after a short time, the call stopped. Eventually, Colin Andrews moved to the U.S., and here he was approached by a Pentagon analyst.
Of course he was. Pressure, pressure, pressure. We can't do anything about it. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Who introduced him to a writer named Rosemary Ellen Guiley. You might know her name from her many appearances on the Coast to Coast radio show. She wrote 49 books and even hosted her own radio show all about the paranormal. Colin said Rosemary went to, in his words, every extreme to try and convince him to co-author a book with her. And she wanted to work on the book in his office, which would give her access to Colin.
Yeah, but she's all about the paranormal. The way she gives off shyster vibes to me. That's what I get from her.
Andrew's entire database on crop circles going back 30 years. She was persistent, but he turned her down. Colin is convinced, without a doubt, that Rosemary Guiley was a CIA asset.
I don't know about a CIA asset. I mean, maybe, but her looking like a shyster, I'd give it more, he has more credibility than her. So the co-author, she would ride on his coattails. Like his name would give her more push. That's the vibe I get. But yeah, I could be wrong.
Again, Rosemary Guiley was the perfect candidate for an intelligence asset, especially since she was a regular guest on Coast to Coast, where she would be heard by millions of people. She would be allowed to continue her work in any way she wanted, but from time to time, she would be instructed to disseminate information provided by the intelligence community. It's more common than you think. So yeah, Rosemary Guiley was the perfect asset.
I can't help but notice you're speaking about her in the past tense.
Yeah, she died in 2019 at the age of 69.
Yeah, that's kind of young to die, isn't it?
69.
Isn't it? There's another Crop Circles character with an interesting story. John Lundberg is an English artist and documentary filmmaker who founded the website circlemakers.org in the early 90s.
Okay.
He's responsible, or claims to be responsible, for some of the more elaborate crop formations that have been found over the years. On the Circle Makers website, which is still around, there are links to the many crop formations that the group takes credit for. There's no doubt that the Circle Makers created complicated and often very beautiful crop formations. But Crop Circle researchers Robert Hulse and David A. Caton think there's more to John than meets the eye.
But in our opinion, the whole Circle Makers website and Lundberg and co are all...
Sorry, Stallion. Boo came running back when she heard you were back.
Hi, Star.
You happy now?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yeah.
Come here. Come here.
Watch my
Come here.
Ooh, M&M's. Come on.
They said, hey! Goofball.
All part of a disinformation campaign, possibly funded by government.
Robert Hulse said at one time, the Circle Makers website had a recruiting link that took you directly to the recruitment page for MI5, British military intelligence. Hulse believes that the Circle Makers group is funded by British intelligence and was specifically created to spread disinformation. Hulse believes the Circle Makers' goal is to muddy the waters and...
I mean, I guess, maybe, but there's too much... There's too much up in the air. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Maybe this happened, maybe that happened. Who fucking knows? And that's the problem. There's too many lies, and it's all trust me bro type shit. So I don't know if I believe any of it. I don't know. Something fucking weird is going on, but who knows what it is. Maybe they're overly paranoid. Maybe it serves some purpose we're not aware of. I don't fucking know. But it is a bit ridiculous. The government is in fact involved. What they're involved with is uncertain.
Confuse serious crop circle researchers to make it as difficult as possible to determine what was and wasn't a genuine crop formation. Now, there's no hard evidence that the Circle Makers or its founder are connected to military intelligence. But in 2009, researcher Richard D. Hall dug into Lundberg's background and found a lot of interesting information. Lundberg got his master's from the Slade School of Fine Art in London in 1992. At this time, Slade was next door to the then secret headquarters of MI5 at 140 Gower Street. It was literally next door. The two buildings shared a courtyard. Hall makes the point that intelligence agencies often recruit final-year college students. That's always been true and is still true today. Lundberg started making crop circles immediately after graduating. Hall notes that if you view the HTML source of circlemakers.org, the second keyword is MI5. Now that was in 2009, but even today, the site's keywords contain entries like MI5 and CIA. And something I just noticed while researching this episode, why is alleged CIA asset Jim Schnabel a keyword on this site? In 2004, the Circle Makers website teased Colin Andrews, who at the time was raising money for his research. Circle Makers said that if the fundraising fails, Colin could just join MI5 PSYOPs and retrain to be a crop circles maker. Now, PSYOPs is short for psychological operations, which is the use of psychological techniques and tactics to influence the perceptions, attitudes, and behaviors of a group of people. And this is a type of strategic communication used by military intelligence and government organizations all the time.
It sure is. Just turn on the news.
Well, that's true. If you spent an hour reading the news today, you consumed government intel. Believe me. Now, Hall acknowledges that these references to MI5 seem just too blatant, but he believes they're a double bluff, meaning if we sarcastically connect ourselves to the intelligence community, people will think we're joking. Nobody would be so obvious. But this is absolutely a real and effective PSYOPs technique. Hall found that the website was hosted in Pittsburgh. Now, at the time, and even today, to some degree, it's uncommon for British organizations to host their sites in the US. And Hall found that the administrative contact for the domain belongs to a colonel in the US Air Force.
Yeah, awkward. You know, that's the thing with a lot of this. It's documentation and all these breadcrumbs and stuff. It almost feels too easy to track this shit down. All right. They're like, look, the government's involved, and that sounds like perfect for people who believe in like conspiracy theory shit. Look, the government's involved. That's the biggest go-to. The government. And we're already going to, oh well, their site is hosted in the U.S. even though they're British. Oh, it's the site domain is owned by an Army general or something. The government is involved in how chickens are farmed. I mean, that too. The government's involved in a lot of shit. So, it feels like they're just feeding into people's paranoia. That's what it feels like.
Now, it could be a coincidence, but the man has an unusual name. Now, I'm not going to name him here, but I'll link to Hall's research down below. Richard Hall looked into Circle Makers' finances, trying to figure out how they pay their bills. Lundberg had registered a couple of companies, but they were inactive. But there was an interesting quote on the Circle Makers website.
You'd be surprised how expensive running a successful website can be. Don't panic. We're not going to ask you for money. Our retainer, from sources we'd rather not disclose, has kept our virtual head above water.
Of course.
What does that mean? A retainer? From who? Who's
Again, if you're into fucking conspiracy theories, that just fuels that shit even more. They probably left it vague on purpose to feed that shit. That sad trombone was right on.
Financing them. Making crop formations is technically a crime. It's trespassing, vandalism, destruction of private property. What investor would fund that and become complicit in those crimes? Plus, there could be civil liability. If you create a crop circle and a bunch of strangers show up and tear up my field, I could sue you for that. Even if they're minor crimes and rarely prosecuted, it doesn't sound like a good investment. Hall did a land registry check on the apartment where Lundberg was living at the time. He found that technically there are no apartments listed on the deed. Hall dug further and found that there are 4 apartments, including Lundberg's, that have their rents paid by the local government. So, did Richard Hall reveal that John Lundberg is, in fact, an asset working in media whose job is to spread disinformation about crop circles? Well, the evidence Hall provides is purely circumstantial and...
Okay, now, if you're saying it's paid by the government, I mean, think about how many people are paid by the government. I get paid by the government. I'm on Social Security. Okay. You know, like, it's paid by the government. I mean, what if he's a member, a part of, some government program that for the needy? And second, when he says on the thing that suspicious quote that we'd rather not disclose. Sometimes that rather not disclose is because maybe they're also embarrassed by their source. That sounds like something where people are getting like either government help or stuff like that, and they're embarrassed or ashamed of it. They won't say why or how or whatever. So while it feeds into the conspiracy nut thing, it also feeds. It could just be something they're embarrassed about. I don't know.
Coincidental.
Or, like they said, it's also a major liability. So if somebody is investing them and it's a major liability, they're like, keep my name the fuck off it. Facts. There you go.
There's no way to know for sure. In fact, some of Hall's evidence is so far-fetched, I left it out of this episode. But a few years after Richard Hall conducted his research, Lundberg directed a documentary that I've referred to multiple times on this channel. It's called Mirage Men. Miragemen covers Richard Doty, a retired special agent who worked for OSI, the United States Air Force Office of Special Investigation, Air Force Intelligence. Richard Doty is, according to Miragemen, one of the chief architects of the military's campaign to disseminate lies to the UFO community. In other words, to spread...
throughout the Y-Files, that guy Doty pops up a lot when it comes to, like, governments and UFOs and shit.
...information. Doty's job was to muddy the waters, so UFO researchers wouldn't know what sightings were real and what were hoaxes. Now this is, according to Hall, Hulse, Caton, and many others, exactly what the circle makers have done and have been doing to the crop circles community for years. There's a reason why John Lundberg would make a great intelligence asset, and Rosemary Guiley, and James Schnabel, and countless other writers, journalists, and media figures. They already work in the paranormal community.
I mean, if social media says anything about the world today, a lot of people will crumble for money. They will give up a lot of people will give up their scruples or their stance on things just for that green dollar.
They're trusted by that community. They continue to do their work, but every so often they spread a little bit of disinformation to that community. A little nugget to steer people away from the truth. This is why you shouldn't trust anyone in the media.
That too.
Whether it's your favorite...
I mean, let's be honest, wealth usually comes with fame. Not all the time, but does tend to happen.
News anchor, TV show host, podcaster, blogger, or writer, be wary of anyone with influence. These media personalities may seem trustworthy. They may seem like they have your best interests in mind, but some of that is just a performance. Not all of it, but some of it is a performance designed to sway your opinion or even alter your entire belief system. The intelligence community does not want you to know the truth about crop circles, UFOs, secret space programs, or alien technology.
Or
That's
maybe they're fucking with you.
Millions, perhaps billions of dollars are put into black budget programs designed to distract and confuse you from the truth. When CIA needs to spread disinformation, they look for trustworthy people with large audiences to deliver their message. So keep your eye out for clues. An intelligence operative, an agent, an asset could be anyone. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. You know Hecklefish.
Bum, 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 bum. Well, there we go. We saw that one. Aliens and espionage. That wasn't the one I really wanted to see, though, but it was interesting. I'm trying to find one. The reason is they were talking about aliens yesterday, and one of the Y-Files I saw, I can't remember the title of the episode, but they talked about a guy who thought that he had contacted aliens or something, and that Richard Doty guy was involved, and the government was feeding him disinformation, but it made him incredibly paranoid to the point where he got, like, you know, had severe mental health issues, and he ended up Minecrafting himself over the whole thing, and it was all because the government was fucking with his head. And I was like, it was just so fucked up. I wish I could remember the name of that fucking episode. Like, yeah, these are big, fascinating fucking names on these titles, but then you get to the end of the episode and you're like, oh, so it was all bullshit. CIA murder that exposed. Okay, maybe this one. I don't know if it's this one.
November 28th, 1953, New York City. At 2:30 a.m., the body hit the sidewalk. A few seconds later, a shower of glass. The doorman of the Statler Hotel yelled to the lobby.
Not gonna lie, I'm beat after the 8-hour stream. Gonna lurk. Love you both. No problem. No problem. Get some rest, hey, Dr. A. I noticed you guys really fucking hit that fucking Dune game hard. I thought when I fucking was really grinding at fucking Baldur's Gate 3, I hit it hard, but shit. You guys were going to town. I'm glad you had fun. I'll be seeing you tomorrow night. We got shit done. I hope you built the sex dungeon I mentioned.
that there was a jumper.
Buenos
The night
nachos.
manager rushed out and saw him.
I like big
A man
nachos.
about 40 years old lying on the pavement. He was on his back wearing only his underwear, and blood started to pool around him. 13 stories up, a single window is open, its curtain flapping through broken glass. The night manager knelt beside the man, whose eyes were open and was somehow still alive.
Awkward.
He desperately tried to speak but was choking on blood and couldn't be understood. After a minute or two of trying to communicate, the man took a final deep breath and was gone. Nobody knows for sure what he was trying to say before he died, but one thing is for certain, it was something about the CIA. Room 1018A was registered to Robert Lashbrook and Frank Olson. The police burst in, guns raised, but it was empty.
Okay.
Cold November air was blowing through the broken window. In the bathroom was a man
Why does
sitting
this-
on the toilet.
This description reminds me of Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Roger Pedactor didn't jump, he was thrown with a double pane soundproof glass. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Resting his head in his hands. He told the police he'd been sleeping, heard a noise, and woke up. One officer asked the name of the man who went out the window. The man in the bathroom said, Olson, Frank Olson. The responding officers figured this was an open and shut case. A middle-aged man is depressed or distraught and ends it all by jumping, just another night in the big city. But the night manager, Armin Pastori, wasn't convinced. He said it didn't make sense that someone would get up in the middle of the night, run across a dark room in his underwear, avoid two beds, and dive through a closed window that had the shade and curtains closed. Pastori checked with the hotel operator to see if any calls were made from the room. The operator said, yes, a call was just made a few minutes ago. And because it ran through a switchboard, she heard the whole thing. The caller, Robert Lashbrook, who was the man in the bathroom, called a number on Long Island, which belonged to a Dr. Harold Abramson. The call lasted only a few seconds. Well, he's gone, Lashbrook said. Well, that's too bad, was Abramson's reply. A few hours later, Frank Olson's family was notified. They were told there was an accident. Frank had either fallen or jumped from his 10th floor
He's
room.
fallen and he
Frank's
can't
body
get
was
up.
so badly damaged that the funeral was held with a closed casket, and the Olson family tried to move on. Having trouble coping with losing his father, Eric Olson would ask his mother about Frank from time to time, and she would always say the same thing. You're never going to know what happened in the room that night. But 20 years later, that would change.
Huh. Okay.
In
Color me
1975,
intrigued.
the Rockefeller Commission released information to the public about its investigation into CIA activities. The report mentioned a civilian scientist working for the Department of the Navy. He was given LSD without his knowledge as part of a CIA experiment. That scientist experienced side effects and was sent to New York for psychiatric care. A few days later, he jumped from a 10th floor window of his hotel and died. This report was in the New York Times and Washington Post and made its way to the Olson family. The government confirmed the scientist was Frank Olson. And just 10 days later, the family was invited to the White House, and President Ford gave them a formal apology. The director of the CIA also apologized. The United States government agreed this was a wrongful death and offered the family a $750,000 settlement if they agreed not to sue. The Olson family agreed to the terms.
If he Minecrafted himself, how is it a wrongful death?
Alice Olson never wanted to talk about Frank's death or his job.
I gotta go
Frank's
again. I
children
hope you
now
have a good night. And could you tell Boo I wanted to say goodnight? I will tell her you said goodnight.
Their 20s and 30s always knew their father was a scientist, but what scientist family gets a personal invitation to the Oval Office? Alice Olson only knew a few things about her husband's job.
I know, Jimmy Olsen.
She knew he was a scientist
he's
doing
Superman's
important work
buddy.
for the U.S. government. She knew he traveled for work all the time, and she knew he was unhappy. One of the last things Frank said to his wife was that he had made a terrible mistake.
I
But
bet.
for Frank's children, this information was entirely new. And because of the
Why
investigations
is the
and
fish
media
quiet?
coverage, they now learned for the first time what their father actually did for a living. He was no ordinary scientist.
He was a
During World War II,
But
Frank Olson was one of the first Army scientists assigned to the top-secret biological warfare lab at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Frank's specialty was aerosolizing living biological agents and munitions.
Magical.
In other words, he created biological weapons of mass destruction. Now, at this time in history, the CIA was part of the Army. And after becoming a civilian, Frank continued his research in bioweapons. He was lead scientist for Operation Harness, where animals in the Caribbean were exposed to anthrax, tularemia, and brucella. He was part of Operation Sea Spray, where different strains of bacteria were sprayed over the San Francisco Bay Area to test the city's vulnerability to a bioweapon attack. And as Frank moved up the ranks of the CIA, he spent a lot of time at Fort Terry, which was a secret installation on Plum Island in the Long Island Sound. Plum Island is only reachable by boat or by air. The toxins tested there are considered too dangerous to be on the mainland. Olson developed delivery devices for these bioweapons, canisters disguised as shaving cream cans that could disperse anthrax in a concentrated area, a cigarette lighter that emitted a deadly gas,
what the fuck?
Lipstick that killed instantly.
What the fuck? When did they make biological weapons a war crime?
The Geneva Conventions in 1925.
So all this research was
illegal.
Yep.
Right.
In early
Magical.
1953,
Wonderful.
the same year he died, Frank
Gotta love
Olson
that
stepped
shit.
down as chief of the Special
I
Operations
thought this
Division.
was going to be about
He said the
aliens.
job was too
Wasn't this about MK Ultra? Okay, well, thanks.
stressful and was
It's fucked
causing
up.
his ulcers
It's
to
weird
flare
shit.
up.
You think ulcers suck? Try anthrax.
Oh, no sympathy for CIA scientists, huh?
Not even a little bit.
So Frank stepped down, but he stayed with the CIA. And that's when he met Sidney Gottlieb and Robert Lashbrook.
Gottlieb. Ooh, where do I know that name from?
Well, Sidney Gottlieb ran the CIA's Project Bluebird, which became Project Artichoke, which became
MK Ultra.
Bingo.
Uh-huh.
During the Cold War, the CIA, specifically Sidney Gottlieb, was obsessed with mind control and brainwashing. There was a fear that the Soviet Union was also working on this capability, and the United States was determined to get there first. Project MK Ultra was the program intended to accomplish this. MK Ultra was brutal and illegal. Over time, the experiments Frank Olson conducted and witnessed started to weigh on him. During one study, Frank Olson observed interrogations at CIA black sites in Germany. Detainees were called expendables.
I'm assuming these expendables were not aging action stars.
They were not. They were mostly suspected spies and security leaks.
Suspected, so not proven.
Nope, just suspected.
Freaking spies.
The expendables were subject to drug experiments, hypnosis, electric shocks, isolation, sexual abuse, and all kinds of torture. This was an effort to study not just the effects of extreme torture, but also brainwashing techniques and memory deletion. Many of these people were interrogated to death. In other instances, Frank Olson saw the results of his own weapons that were used.
I'm like trying to do commentary, but you hear that kind of shit, and all you can do is just like, what the fuck? What the fucking fuck?
On expendables. Some of those people died slowly and in agony.
This is
Even though
awful!
Frank's wife didn't know any of the specifics, it was clear that Frank's work was becoming too much for him to bear. In November 1953, Frank Olson received an invitation for a pre-Thanksgiving retreat at a cabin on Deep Creek Lake. Gottlieb ran these retreats for scientists and staff pretty often. Deep Creek was a convenient place for Gottlieb. This was one of the locations where Americans were subjected to MK Ultra techniques against their will for decades. Frank Olson was there with 10 other scientists.
Not just years, decades.
The first day of the gathering was fine, nothing out of the ordinary. On the second day, after dinner, the men kicked back for a post-meal drink. Lashbrook, Gottlieb's second in command, pulled a bunch of glasses and poured everyone a generous portion of Cointreau, which is
excellent orange triple sec liqueur from France.
right. 20 minutes later, Gottlieb asked if anyone was feeling odd. A few of the men said they were. Gottlieb then told them that their drinks were spiked with a heavy dose of LSD.
What the
Frank
fuck?
Olson was aware that the CIA had
Surprise! You all got LSD! Haha! Pranked you! What the fuck? Holy shit. Come the fuck on.
dosed entire villages in Europe to observe the results. Many innocent people.
We just dosed entire villages just because we wanted to see what would happen. What the fuck?
People died from these experiments, but he was surprised that he would be the unwitting subject of an experiment. And Frank didn't react well. A few days later, he submitted his resignation.
Yeah, I would have been
he was
pissed.
talked into staying. It was suggested that he see a psychiatrist to help him cope with the effects of the experiment and the stress of his work. Frank agreed. Lashbrook drove Frank Olson to New York to meet with Dr. Harold Abramson.
Yeah, this is the guy he called after the jump, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Abramson was actually an allergist that worked for the CIA. He pretended to be a psychiatrist, but Frank didn't know this. After a couple of sessions,
even better.
Dr. Abramson convinced Frank to
Not
check
even a
himself
fucking
into a
therapist.
hospital so he could recover from stress and exhaustion. Frank was actually fine with this. He was looking forward to the time off and was already picking out what books to bring with him. And that night, he and Lashbrook signed into the Statler Hotel, room 1018A.
Oh, yeah.
Frank had a nice conversation with his wife. She remembered him sounding more peaceful than he'd been in a long time. He watched a little TV and went to bed. At 2:30 a.m., he was dead on the street below the window. Over the next 12 hours, a cleanup and a cover-up by the CIA ensued. The police investigation was quickly closed. Frank Olson's family was told he died from jumping or falling out a window. About 20 years later, more details about MKUltra emerged, and the Olson family received a settlement. And almost 20 years after that, the case would take another turn.
Here we
Frank
go again.
Olson's wife Alice passed away in 1993. Their children decided to have Frank's body exhumed and reburied next to his wife. But Frank's children had an additional plan. They had James Starr, a medical examiner professor, conduct a second autopsy. Starr said there were no cuts on Frank's body and no shards of glass, which would have been expected by jumping through a window. And even though Frank landed on...
Okay, but how long had he been buried by this point? And you don't think that when they prepared the body, they would have removed that shit? Like pulling the glass out? Don't they prep these bodies? Okay, I know it was a closed casket, but they still would have tried. They would have gotten the body prepared. I don't know. I think I don't know if the glass being present would be that suspicious. Or like I don't know how decayed the body would have been to tell if there were scratches or not. They're like, there was no scratches. Well, how long was he buried?
On his back, his skull above his left eye had a blunt force trauma injury. He had another serious wound on his chest. Starr said of his findings,
I think Frank Olson was intentionally, deliberately, with malice aforethought, thrown out of the window.
Frank's sons sued the CIA again, but because of the agreement they signed in 1975, the judge had to dismiss the case. But the judge did say, even though the case couldn't proceed as a matter of law, the allegations made by the family against the CIA, though they sounded far-fetched, appeared to be the truth. Since the lawsuit couldn't proceed, Frank Olson's sons went to the press. They flat out said the CIA murdered their father and covered it up. They also produced interesting documents. In 1954, just a few months after Frank Olson's death, the CIA executed a document with the Department of Justice that gave the CIA authority to grant CIA employees immunity from any crime, including murder.
What the fuck?
Kill.
Exactly. And there's a handbook released in
I thought only James Bond
1953,
had that.
the year of Frank's death, called The CIA Study of Assassination. It's fascinating, and I'll link it below. It describes that the best way to assassinate a target is to drop them from at least 75 feet onto a hard surface. The manual says when successfully executed, it causes little excitement and is only casually investigated. In fact, the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence organization, used Frank Olson's death as an example of a perfect murder due to the skill with which it was executed.
Wow.
Now, while there is still no official admission of guilt from the CIA, I think it's pretty obvious what happened. Frank Olson was one of only a few scientists who could confirm that the United States used chemical weapons in the Korean War. This is something that's still only alleged, but there's a lot of evidence it happened. Korean and Chinese soldiers were suddenly coming down with cases of cholera, meningitis, and even plague. It's possible Frank Olson was directly involved in deploying these illegal weapons. Frank Olson was one of only a dozen or so people on Earth who knew the extent of MKUltra and other secret and illegal CIA operations. Frank Olson was a man who committed, or at least was part of projects that committed atrocities around the world. and he was dealing with a moral crisis and started voicing his concerns. He even quit, but the CIA wouldn't allow it. When he was dosed with LSD that night in November, it was a loyalty test to see what scientists would say if they were exposed to the drug. Frank Olson failed that test and paid the ultimate price. But because of his death and the diligence of his family, many illegal CIA activities were exposed, and MK Ultra was almost destroyed. Almost. It continued for another 20 years before finally shutting down in 1973. At least, as far as we know, all the records were illegally destroyed. And not Sidney Gottlieb, Robert Lashbrook, or any of the senior scientists from MK Ultra were ever brought to justice. In fact, they all lived out their lives on fat pensions paid for by you and me. But the CIA promises that MK Ultra was the last time drug experiments were done on people against their will. And such atrocities absolutely could not and would not happen today. Why would they lie? Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Why
We swear
Files.
we wouldn't do anything illegal again. Well, not this time. Or this time. Where's that one? I want to find the one. God damn it. It's really frustrating me. I really wanted to see this one. That sounds funny. I want to know. I opened several fucking sites. I really want to know. Deciphering what? Banned and demonetized? Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing compilations. Those things are fucking hours long. Yeah, no. I'm trying to remember which. Ghost and Paranormal. UFOs and UAPs. Alright. Most paranormal place on Earth. Really based on the moon. I really want to find the one with this guy specifically. Nevada Triangle, Operation High Jump, Agent Craft, Moon Revealed, Volume 4, Air Force UFO cover-up, drove a man insane. Okay, I think this is it.
Paul Benowitz lived next to a large Air Force base. When he saw colored lights in the sky, he assumed they were experimental aircraft. Then he started picking up strange radio signals that seemed to be an alien language. He took his findings to the Air Force. Publicly, they denied the UFO alien story.
Well, yeah.
But privately, they confirmed Paul's findings. The Air Force even funded his UFO research. He spent several years gathering evidence and reporting it to the authorities. Then, he ended up in a mental institution. Let's find out why.
Here we go!
Bruh. In 1969, while pursuing his PhD in physics, Paul Benowitz started a successful electronics company in New Mexico called Thunder Scientific.
Oh, that's a pretty badass name for a company.
It is.
Thunder.
Whoa, whoa,
whoa, whoa, Thunder. Whoa, 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 Thunder.
AC/DC.
I know who it is.
Yep.
Paul Benowitz's primary clients were the Air Force and NASA. He did so much business with the Air Force that he actually bought a home and established a lab right next to Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque. Now, Kirtland is a big facility. It's one of the largest Air Force installations in the country. It has science labs, weapons testing areas, observatories, and huge storage facilities for nuclear weapons. From the second floor deck of his house, Paul frequently saw strange colored lights in the sky around the Air Force Base, lights that were moving too fast to be aircraft. Now, Paul documented and filmed everything he saw. Then Paul Benowitz had an idea. He was an engineer, a physicist, and an expert in electronics. So he set up his radio equipment and detected transmissions on a frequency in the gigahertz range, much higher than the military used at that time. As a pilot and military contractor, Paul Benowitz knew what Air Force signals sounded like, but this was something very different. He analyzed these signals and realized they were data bursts, and in the data were messages.
Seriously? Oh my God.
But the Air Force has said time and time again, this is a quote from Richard Horner, Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Research and Development. All but a small percentage of these reports of unidentified flying objects have been definitely attributed to natural phenomena. That are neither mysterious nor dire.
Of course not.
What about that?
I'll answer that, but
It's
I'd like
not
to make
alien.
several points of doing it. In 1947, the Air Technical Intelligence Center at Dayton, the top Air Force intelligence men and scientists under contract, sent a secret document to the commanding general of the Air Force saying that whatever these things were, they were real.
They're real!
1948, ATIC, the same group, sent a top-secret estimate to the commanding general, Hoyt Vandenberg, said these were interplanetary spaceships.
Yeah!
In 1952, there was an intelligence analysis of the maneuvers of these things, as seen by radar, triangulation, radar photographs, and in 53, the Central Intelligence Agency and the Air Force had a special panel of scientists meet at the Pentagon to tell them what to do. And after they got through, this group said, you don't have proof that these things exist, not scientific proof.
Yeah.
But you have a very strong circumstantial case. We suggest you quadruple the investigation, set up special observation posts, and in the meantime, release everything you've got to the American people. And they have been spending a lot of money investigating the flying saucers. If they don't exist, why the money? Why do the intelligence teams back out every time there's a sighting?
I mean, that's a fair point. I could say that. I mean, if aliens don't exist, if UFOs and all this other shit don't exist, why the fuck invest all that fucking money? But then again, I mean, they could be just blowing the money on something fucking else. Who fucking knows? I mean, didn't recently they found out that the government was spending all kinds of money on crazy, whacked out fucking shit for no fucking reason? I mean, I don't know if it's all that far-fetched anymore about spending money on something stupid.
The data bursts Paul Benowitz received had noticeable patterns. Now, Paul couldn't make sense of the data manually, but he did have access to an early home computer, and using an operating system and software he wrote himself, he fed the alien broadcast to the computer. At first, the messages were nonsense, so Paul deployed a very old but effective crypto analyst trick: context. He told his program to assume that the messages would have words like ship, base, air, water, and time. That worked.
Yeah, but how do you learn to speak alien so you can translate it into English?
Good question. You don't. You use the computer to put everything in context. For example, let's say we knew the transmission had something to do with making coffee. You tell the computer the context. You have it look for patterns that coincide with beans, water, sugar, milk, and so on. And once you have the main patterns, you can expand to phrases used less frequently, like grind, brew, and drink. Eventually, you have a pretty good syntax. You don't know what the exact words are, but you do know what they mean. Paul's first translations were almost meaningless, but he kept at it and eventually had a general idea of what the messages were saying. His translation wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to give him an idea of what the aliens wanted and why they were here. Then he did something I consider ill-advised. Using the language he decoded, he sent his own message on that same frequency, and shortly after that, he received a reply. This was the first message Paul decoded.
Round. Women of Earth are needed. Flexible the next discharges. Our ship. All women. Do not command the North among us. You have many friends. Water very short. Resist all attempts at operation. Listen, Orange. Make peace.
Sounds peaceful enough, though Women of Earth are needed is kind of...
Women of Earth are needed. I saw that movie. Earth girls are easy.
Ominous. Here's the next message.
Victory. Our bases obtain supplies from the Starship metal. Time is yanked. Time is yanked. Message hit star. Using rejuvenation methods got us in trouble. 6 Sky we realized tell you all might help you.
All your base are belong to us.
All your base are belong to us! But he also said All Might. All Might was there? Fuck yeah.
Fuck!
It does kind of sound like that. And there are lots of these messages. This one is interesting.
Take vast portion universe against our aggression. The number of our crashed saucers is 8. Nerve you we realize tell the truth. Jump. Jump opposite. Alien forces mean no help to you. Battle we come invisible. Keeping change we will not join sides with anyone. But our race is dying on the home planet.
Paul Benowitz now had the first two-way communication with an alien civilization. He suspected that they were not here for good reasons, so he used this communication to try and learn their intentions and hopefully find vulnerabilities. Through many messages back and forth, Paul did learn the aliens' intentions. They weren't good.
Well, no shit.
Paul Benowitz learned that the aliens' homeworld was dying, and there were multiple alien races on Earth. Many of them looked like the typical gray alien with large eyes, but there's also a race of Homo sapien aliens that look just like us, but better looking.
Alien 4!
Exactly.
I saw that movie! They Live! Roddy Piper. It was great.
Exactly. Link below. Now at this point, Paul
Keith David was in it too. A lot of people don't remember that. Keith David was in that movie. Getting his Hollywood star on the Walk of Fame.
Benowitz was convinced an invasion was imminent and people had to be warned. He prepared a dossier of his theory and findings and went to the Air Force. Paul was a veteran and trusted military contractor, so he was granted a meeting. Benowitz was adamant that Americans be warned right away so they could prepare and defend themselves.
They thought he was a nutcase, didn't they?
Nope. The government took him very seriously. The base commander brought in the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, or OSI, to review Paul's work, and they were impressed. Agent Richard Doty was assigned to Paul's case.
Richard Doty!
Doty visited Paul's house and reviewed all the film, radio equipment, and everything that Paul was using to document and communicate with the aliens.
Heard about
the
this
Air Force
guy not
agreed
too
to
long
fund
ago
Paul's
about
research as long as he
CIA
delivered his
bullshit.
findings directly to them, and he agreed. Paul Benowitz went to work. With the help of the Air Force, and specifically Agent Richard Doty, Paul was convinced he could gather enough intel to defeat the aliens and save the human race.
See what? He was trying to do good. He's like, we're going to defeat the aliens. We're going to save the people. And then something happened.
Part that the movies E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, were not entirely just the creative products of some Hollywood director, that maybe there's more to that. Why don't you explain?
They were carefully guided by representatives from MJ12, who is this organization that is in charge of the cover-up, in order to get us ready for the release of the information that there are indeed aliens. And in both those movies, they used small little creatures, and in order to...
Small little creatures like E.T.?
Get us ready for this release of information.
So to prepare us that the idea of benevolent aliens from outer space are going to help us out.
Unfortunately, they're not so benevolent. So they made probably one of the most disastrous mistakes when E.T. was put out. At that time was before we discovered what I call the double cross or the grand deception. And they were trying to get us used to the benevolent little creatures, but that isn't the case.
In the late 1970s and early 80s, Bill Moore was a rising star in the UFO community. In 1980, he released a book called The Roswell Incident. Until Moore came along, nobody really knew much about Roswell or cared about it, but Moore's book would bring Roswell back into the public eye, and almost all the details we know about the Roswell UFO crash come from his book. When Bill Moore asked Paul Benowitz if they could meet, of course Paul said yes. The two men became friends and met every few months for the next year. And during that year, Paul complained that he sent a tremendous amount of data to the Air Force every week, and nothing was coming of it. And then in 1981, Bill Moore gave Paul Benowitz a secret government file called Project Aquarius, dated a year earlier. When Paul read the document, he couldn't believe it. The 7602 Air Force Intelligence Group was analyzing all of Paul's data, but never told him. This was proof that the Air Force was taking him seriously. But why lie to him about it? Then Bill Moore said very carefully and very quietly, Paul, you'd better be very careful with what you do with this. Use it for your own research, but otherwise, just sit on it. Now, the last paragraph of the Aquarius document is this.
The official U.S. government policy and results of Project Aquarius is still classified top secret, with no dissemination outside official intelligence channels and with restricted access to MG-12. Case on Benowitz is being monitored by NASA/INS, who request all future evidence be forwarded to them through AFOSI/IVOD because of a chance of public exposure.
Whoa, did that thing just mention MJ-12?
Yep. Bill Moore and Paul Benowitz had no idea what this was. This was the first time Majestic 12 appeared in a document. And if you want a full episode on Majestic 12, email me or let me know in the comments. But in short, Majestic 12 is a group of 12 people who control the flow of information, all the information about UFOs.
It's the world government, like from One Piece!
Investigation and even the slightest mention of a UFO, Majestic 12 was notified, and only Majestic 12 could decide how to proceed. Now, Paul, being a pilot, started doing flyovers of where he thought the underground base was, Archuleta Mesa near Dulce, New Mexico. He took pictures of domes, vents going underground, and saw huge towers, and he put all the photos in his reports. And this would continue for several years, but then something scary happened. In monitoring the alien transmissions, it appeared that there was a relationship or agreement between the aliens and the United States government, but that relationship broke down. On Paul's next flight, he saw scorched patches of ground, flattened trees, and even downed aircraft. It was as if a battle had taken place over Dulce. Now, if America was to win a war with the aliens, it would need a new weapon and a strategy.
Yeah, but that's such a small area in the wilderness. I'm not saying it. It seems odd if they were at war that would be the battleground. If the aliens are trying to cause damage, wouldn't they do what they did in fucking Independence Day and go for like major structures or plate locations? But whatever.
Strategy. Fortunately, Paul Benowitz had both.
The United States Army presents The Big Picture, an official report produced for the armed forces and the American people.
Sure.
Fantasy? Not at all.
The day the Earth
What you
stood
see
still.
on the screen at this moment, and will see in greater detail a bit later in this film, is a glimpse of the United States Army in the years that lie just ahead of us. This is a report on the Army's effort to prepare for the challenges of that future.
We're gonna have spaceships too.
It is a
Just
report
like
on
that.
the Army's effort
They're gonna be big
to
frisbees.
achieve a sharper sword and stronger shield, with which it can do its assigned part in preserving.
I mean, shit. what was it? Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk, the original game, was set in 2020. Oh god, that's still there? I thought I got rid of that. Hold on. Hold on, I don't want that taking up my entire fucking screen, motherfucker. Let's get rid of that shit. Well, I said delete. But it didn't delete. I said delete, motherfucker! Oh, this is getting aggravating. Ah, whatever. It won't let me delete the old thing. I fucking already got fucking banned that motherfucker.
Serving the peace, or if necessary, defending the nation and the free world against whatever enemy might rise against it.
Using the huge amounts of information he intercepted from the alien transmissions, Paul Benowitz created a document called Project Beta. Project Beta included
Project Beta? Don't we have enough of those?
Alien takeover plan, and a strategy to defeat them, and a weapon we can use against them. He even built a working prototype of this energy weapon. Project Beta said that the aliens have abducted, conservatively, 300,000 Americans, and they've all been implanted with devices and returned to the general population.
Wonderful.
And these implants turned every human into a walking camera and microphone, and the implants can be used to create false memories, seize control of the mind, or even switch the brain off altogether. And experiments were being done in the...
Yeah, switch the brain off altogether. That explains why some people are fans of the bullshit I've seen. What?
Based under Dulce. Horrific genetic experiments like splicing alien DNA with humans. And Paul Benowitz sent Project Beta to his senators and other elected officials, even to the President of the United States. The only reply he got was a standard form letter that said Project Blue Book has been closed and the Air Force no longer investigates UFOs. Paul knew this was a lie. He had the Project Aquarius document that proved it. The only thing that made sense was that the government was compromised. It could be that senior military officials, politicians, and even the president himself could have been implanted. And over the next couple of years, Paul Benowitz became more and more frustrated and paranoid. When Bill Moore and Richard Doty came to visit to check on his mental state, it wasn't good. Paul kept knives and guns all over the house. He insisted that he was being watched and followed all the time. He lost so much weight that he looked ill, and he was smoking a full pack of cigarettes every hour. He said the aliens were coming into his house at night, injecting him with something that made him drive out into the desert. Then he'd be back home with no recollection of what happened.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Both Bill Moore and Richard Doty said they saw needle marks on his arm. By now, Bill Moore, Richard Doty, and all Paul's friends were telling him to stop, to leave it alone.
Yeah! Stop, motherfucker! Red flag! Red flag!
Paul's family begged him to stop.
But see, if they're mentally unhealthy, they're not... If it is a mental health issue and not the you know, shit going on, and you can develop mental health issues, it's going to be very unlikely that they're just going to stop of their own free will. Especially with that much paranoia built up. What? They think their life is actively in danger. It's going to trigger their fight or flight responses, whether it's true or not. So, what do you think is going to happen? Oh yeah, we had a heart-to-heart with them and everything's all good now, right? Right!
Wanted him to destroy all the equipment and go back to focusing on his business. But Paul wouldn't do it. His research was too important. Paul's mental health continued to decline. He didn't trust anyone around him. He thought his wife had an alien implant. His children had to take over his business. He became so paranoid that one day he barricaded himself in his house and covered every door and window with sandbags. His family had seen enough. They committed Paul to a psychiatric facility.
Well, no shit.
And after multiple hospitalizations, Paul Benowitz died in 2003 at the age of 75. He spent the last 25 years of his life paranoid, obsessed, and in mental agony because he could not get anyone to believe what he knew about the aliens. Even with all the evidence, it literally drove him insane. But what's really sad is, none of it was necessary, because the entire story about the aliens, the secret base...
Red, go! Get another one. Let's go.
The transmissions, the genetic experiments, the abductions, the plot to take over the world, all of it was a lie. It was all a made-up story fed to him by Richard Doty and the United States government.
Wonderful! All the shit that fucking destroyed this guy's mental health, got him committed, had all this fucking shit happen, was all fed to him by this guy. Listen to this, the breakdown.
75. He spent the last 25 years of his life paranoid, obsessed, became so paranoid that one day he barricaded himself in his house and covered every door and window with
Okay, yeah, I
sandbags.
heard this
His
part.
family had seen enough. They committed Paul to a psychiatric facility. And after multiple hospitalizations, Paul Benowitz died in 2003 at the age of 75. He spent the last 25 years of his
But
life
from what?
paranoid, obsessed, and in mental agony because he could not get anyone to believe what he knew about the
They drove him insane.
aliens. Even with all the evidence, it literally drove him insane. But what's really sad is none of it was necessary, because the entire story about the aliens, the secret base, the transmissions, the genetic experiments, the abductions, the plot to take over the world, all of it was a lie. It was all a made-up story fed to him by Richard Doty and the United States government.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck him in his dirty asshole. Alright? He fucking literally drove this man fucking insane. And you could say, oh, he was just doing his job. Well, fuck him. Fuck his job. They literally drove this man in fucking insane. He had to be committed. That's bullshit. Fuck that asshole.
Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me.
The Air Force Office of Special
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a vent. I got a vent. Okay, I feel a little bit better.
Investigation, or OSI, has a couple of purposes. One of those is counterintelligence. A common technique of counterintelligence is disinformation. When Paul Benowitz intercepted signals from Kirtland Air Base, he didn't really think they were aliens, not at first. He was concerned that if he could detect transmissions from the base, then anyone could, including Soviet spies. And
Okay.
after reviewing Paul's equipment and research in detail, the Air Force realized that Paul was right. The signals were coming from the base and were vulnerable. That's a problem. When the Air Force reviewed Paul's photos and film, the objects that seemed to be UFOs were actually secret experimental aircraft. That's another problem. But rather than tell Paul Benowitz the truth, which according to the Air Force would compromise security, Special Agent Richard Doty was given an assignment. Feed Paul Benowitz information to lead him to believe that he had discovered a hostile alien presence.
Why not just tell him to...
What? Fucking bullshit. You know what? Even if you started this at first, alright, most people would see it as like prank shit. When you saw this guy fucking going downhill, stop. Fucking stop.
To back off.
Because the Air Force didn't know who Paul's friends were. If Paul was compromised by a Soviet agent, the Soviets would know there were secret projects happening on the base, so the Air Force would go a different way. Now, at first, this was just a simple nod from Doty.
All I had to do was say, well, you know what, Paul? Maybe what you did see was
Fuck you.
UFOs.
So
his name's Richard. Of course he's a dick.
Nothing very specific, but over time, the lies Doty told Paul became more detailed, and other government agencies got in on the action. At some point, Paul was sure he was being watched from the vacant house.
Why does it feel too much like a bunch of fucking frat fucking pranksters, like they were hazing this fucking guy? Like the other departments got involved because they're like, oh my god, this guy's believing it. Let's fuck with him. I get that vibe. I get that. Doesn't mean it happened, but I get that vibe that these guys are all like getting their fuck, watch what he does.
Across the street. Now, it was easy to say this was Paul's paranoia and not take him seriously. But Paul was right. The National Security Agency was surveilling him from that house. And to make things even worse, the alien transmissions that Paul decoded, they were actually sent from the NSA. The NSA also swapped out Paul's computer to ensure that he would decode the messages the way they wanted him to see them. It was all fake, and Paul Benowitz ate it up and suffered because of it. Paul was a victim of the government's counterintelligence plan, but he wasn't the only one.
It was fucking bullshit.
Look, we've established in history and documents through the Freedom of Information Act, the CIA and the military complex as a whole has really aimed to essentially mislead the public when it comes to UFOs. Tell them something that necessarily is not the truth. We've seen it time and time again through the decades, over and over and over.
When author Bill Moore's celebrity within the UFO community was at its peak, he was contacted by someone in government intelligence. We now know that was Richard Doty. Doty offered Bill Moore a deal. Moore would receive government documents on UFOs and learn what the government was hiding. But in exchange, he would disseminate Doty's fake UFO stories and report on people within the UFO community.
Fuck Richard Doty. Fucking dick.
Doty wanted to know who the UFO enthusiasts were and what they knew. The fear was that if Paul Benowitz could intercept secret military data, then other people could.
Hey, look at his fucking face. He looks like a fucking turtle.
Now, it's never been confirmed, but it's believed that during this time, the United States was building and testing either stealth or drone technology at Kirtland Air Base. This was information that absolutely could not fall into an enemy's hands. So this is how Paul Benowitz came to know Bill Moore. It was a setup. Moore was given the Aquarius document and instructed to give it to Paul. But here's where the counter-intel campaign starts to get sloppy. Bill Moore had seen the Aquarius document. Of course, he was fascinated by it. And at that time, Moore thought the information and documents he was getting were legitimate. But when Moore was given the Aquarius document to forward to Paul Benowitz, it was different. Details were changed. Doty brushed off Moore's concerns. He said the document was sanitized and redacted for security reasons. Moore didn't believe it. Obviously, the plan was to get Paul to go public with the Aquarius document. Then the government steps in to discredit him. This meant Moore was now specifically being asked to lie to a fellow UFO researcher on behalf of the US government. A man...
Yeah, of course! Of course! Let's lie to this man on purpose. Let's fucking drive him insane and fucking ruin his life.
And he considered a friend, and helped the government destroy his friend's reputation. Moore was conflicted, so he didn't do anything, not for months. Then Doty told him, deliver the document or never hear from me again.
You didn't watch that, did you? Red. Red. All right, go. Huh? What? Mommy, did she do a good job? You want to finish tomorrow? Okay. Hey, Red.
Again. Right. So Moore did as he was told and delivered the fraudulent Project Aquarius document. But trying to protect him, he begged Paul to never speak of it. So Special Agent Doty had Paul Benowitz covered on the Kirtland Air Base side, but he still needed to address the issue of underground bases near Dulce that Paul was...
Okay, so he gave him the fake document, but he felt bad about it. So he's like, just don't go public with it. Just keep it to yourself. And that may have hurt more than fucking anything.
Convinced he saw. So Doty and the OSI put props all around the area. They set up domes and air vents and even what looked like alien craft. They littered the mountain with the stuff. The OSI had helicopters...
Oh my god, they went to all these fucking lengths to fuck with this guy. They went to these extreme fucking lengths just to fuck with this guy. What fucking assholes.
Painted black and flew...
Huh?
Bed.
No.
What?
Love you, Boo. Hey, Boo. Your friend Starry Stallion said goodnight. Well, they've been gone for a while.
Flew them at locations and times where Paul was sure to see them. And Paul believed it all. When you consider all the time and trouble and expense that went into deceiving Paul Benowitz, you have to ask, who ordered this and why? Was it just to discredit one UFO guy? No. Richard Doty's actual goal was to infiltrate the UFO community and flood that community with as much disinformation as possible. Then the government could observe the results of that campaign, identify possible security risks, and if necessary, neutralize them. But all of this would eventually unravel, and the truth would be revealed. The Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON, holds a convention every year. In 1989, Bill Moore was a speaker at that convention, and during his talk, he admitted that the US government had been actively spreading lies about UFOs for years, and he knew this because he was helping them to do it.
And it was Richard Doty, then with AFOSI at Kirtland Air Force Base,
Dick Doty,
who soon came into play as the middleman in that process.
Big piece of shit.
Shortly thereafter, it became apparent to me that my supplying information to the government, through Doty, on the activities of Paul Benowitz, Papro, and to a lesser extent several other individuals, was to be a part of this equation.
Oh, hell
I
no!
also discovered that whatever it was that Benowitz was involved with, he was the subject of considerable interest on the part of not one, but several government agencies, and that they were actively trying to defuse him by pumping as much disinformation to him as he could possibly absorb.
He was practically booed off the stage.
Frankly, I'm a little ashamed
of some people in this audience, regardless of what you believe, what you hear, or not.
It was really hard for these people to learn that everything they believed regarding UFOs was a lie. And this confession ended Bill Moore's career in UFO research.
Of course!
Bill Moore said that he was one of several high-profile UFO personalities who had made deals with Doty, though he never revealed the names. He also said Doty was feeding disinformation to tabloids like the National Enquirer and to journalists like Linda Moulton Howe.
Yeah, well, the National Enquirer, there's a trustworthy source of news.
Information campaign developed by the Air Force OSI and executed by Agent Richard Doty was a success. There were now so many wild stories circulating about UFOs that it was impossible for actual earnest research to cut through the noise.
And what did I say? The same thing about the paranormal. All these fucking fake ghost shows fucking making it hard to see anything fucking real. There's no way you're gonna hear about anything actual fucking credible being found because there's so much bullshit.
Another goal of the campaign was to marginalize believers, make it so mainstream scientists and politicians and reporters would never publicly admit to believing in UFOs. The stories were too crazy. The only people publicly discussing UFOs were what you'd call fringe conspiracy nuts. This is exactly what the government wanted. But here's the thing. The key to a successful disinformation campaign is staying as close to the truth as possible. So of all the crazy UFO information that Richard Doty spread, how much of it is true? Well, according to Richard Doty himself, almost all of it.
Fuck Richard Doty. Dick Doty.
I'm Richard Doty. I was assigned as a special agent with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations.
I blame you for that guy's death. I know they ordered you to do it. I don't give a fuck.
At Curlin Air Force Base. I was a counterintelligence officer at the base. And one of my jobs was to conduct counterintelligence operations at the base. And during my time there, my first few months there, I was briefed into a special access program involving the U.S. government's investigation and contacts with extraterrestrial, the visitation of these extraterrestrials to Earth. I was read into the project in the summer of 1979. And the briefing was, it was a special access program. They have a special security clearance to have access to it. And I was briefed into it by an Air Force colonel from Washington who came down and briefed myself and a couple other people into this program. They showed us the movie. They actually showed us, I believe, a 16mm movie on the recovery. It was obviously the movie was classified, highly classified. Their narrator in the movie detailed when the crash occurred, approximately when the crash occurred in the latter part of June of 1947, and the recovery, showing military personnel at the recovery site, recovering the bodies at the site, and the craft.
Oh, what a fucking asshole.
The story of Air Force OSI agent Richard Doty is a complicated one. And because he worked in military intelligence, it's not easy to find information. After the Paul Benowitz affair, he stayed in the Air Force, but left the Office of Special Investigation. He said some of his superiors saw his actions as unauthorized, so he was asked to leave, which he did voluntarily. And there's nothing in his military record to...
Unauthorized. Didn't they say he was ordered to do that? Well, they said some of his actions. Doesn't mean it was that action.
Indicate he's not telling the truth. And after he left the service in 1988, his life gets confusing. He became a New Mexico state policeman, eventually retiring from that position. But something changed in him. He became a UFO believer. Doty continues to show up in interviews, in documentaries.
I think he's milking it for all it's worth. He fucking screwed over the UFO community, and now they all want to hear from him. Y'all gullible as fuck. He literally made a life fucking lying about this shit and sending out literal disinformation. That was his actual job, was lying. And now you're like, oh, he is a bastion of information for us. Do you understand the levels of fucking dumb that sounds?
You stupid.
You are an idiot. Even goes to UFO conventions. In the early 1980s, Richard Doty did more damage to UFO research than any single person ever had. But as recently as a few years ago, he's a guest speaker at UFO conventions. He claims 80% of the information circulating about UFOs is real. He claims the Roswell crash happened. He claims the US government did recover a spacecraft, did recover alien...
He's telling them everything they want to hear. And I wonder how much they pay him for his speaking engagement. He left the Air Force, or he left Special Intelligence. he's retired and make a little extra cash on the side. He goes and tells a whole bunch of bullshit, and I bet he's paid to say all of it.
Bodies, and even had a live alien at Los Alamos for a few years. That alien, by the way, likes Tibetan music and strawberry ice cream.
Hold on. Did you just say aliens like strawberry ice cream?
Yup.
I'll take sentences I thought I'd never hear for 200, Alex.
Doty said when he was briefed into OSI, he was shown a film with clips from the late 40s and early 50s that showed all these things were true. But can we trust him?
No!
The craft wasn't...
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
It was more or less an oval or egg-shaped craft. It wasn't saucer shaped. But the creatures were approximately 4 foot. They didn't appear to have any ears. The fingers had no thumbs, just four fingers. Suction devices on their tips of their fingers.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
And they found a number of different objects in the craft that they used, that they experimented with, and found they had a piece of, they thought was plexiglass. It was a rectangular piece of plexiglass that they kept for years before they figured out it was the energy device for the craft.
Sure. Okay.
If you follow Richard Doty's interviews through the years...
They found the Tesseract! The Tesseract is made from plexiglass.
You'll notice the details aren't consistent. Now, maybe that's just a product of getting older. But what about his job history? He worked for the Air Force, specifically spreading lies about UFOs. Then he became a policeman. He talks about these things easily. But I've never seen him mention that he spent 10 years as a contractor for Hal Puthoff. Now, I won't go into detail about Puthoff here, but for those who don't know, he's the founder of To the Stars, a private venture that investigates UFOs. Fine. Who else is on the board of To the Stars? Well, there's Christopher Mellon of the Mellon family. And when not enjoying life as a billionaire, Chris worked for the CIA and the Department of Defense. Who else? Steve Justice, former director of advanced systems development at Lockheed Martin, the infamous Skunk Works division. He's led many secret military projects, but good luck finding information on him. Then you have Luis Alessandro, a former intelligence officer who ran the secret government project ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. ATIP was essentially a continuation of Project Blue Book, a military program to investigate UFOs. The government denied ATIP's existence until the New York Times exposed it. This private company that says they are bringing UFOs...
Yeah, they don't exist. Trust us. They don't exist. Trust us. Oh, shit, they got exposed. Yeah, well, see, what happened was we have a perfectly good explanation.
Mainstream sure has a lot of senior people from the American intelligence apparatus, and they hire people like Richard Doty, foot soldiers of that apparatus. Have all these people had changes of heart? They spent their entire careers executing covert operations against American citizens and spreading lies to people who simply want the truth. But that was then, they say. You can trust us now. The New York Times exposed secret government programs related to UFOs. The Navy has released footage of pilots tracking UFOs. But how much more do we really know? The government recently released an enormous amount of documents pertaining to UFOs.
Just like in Men in Black, a person is smart. People are stupid, panicky creatures. Yeah.
Congress had a public hearing about UFOs. How much more do we really know? Not much. Was Richard Doty lying then? Is he lying now? Who knows? Because of a decades-long government-sponsored disinformation campaign, a campaign that I believe is still happening, we don't know what to believe. But that was the point all along. The government has thousands...
Even if it's not working now, the fact that it did exist in the first place is going to make anyone doubt anything they fucking hear. And that's the biggest issue. And they're like, no, it's not going on. Trust us. This time we're telling the truth.
Square miles of land in the middle of nowhere. But it flies secret aircraft right near Paul Benewitz's house in Albuquerque? Paul Benowitz didn't receive any mysterious signals until after Agent Doty inspected and photographed the equipment he was using. Then suddenly the NSA shows up and beams alien messages into Paul's house? These are not coincidences. The Air Force put out irresistible bait, and Paul Benowitz, Bill Moore, and countless others swallowed it. They are victims. We all are. Victims of our own government. Our military, our law enforcement, our elected officials. All of them solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution and protect the United States of America from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. But who are they really swearing to protect? Not all of us, because that oath doesn't seem to apply to the individual American citizen. No matter how honest you are, how loyal, how patriotic, or how many years you spent serving your country, if you interfere even slightly with the government's agenda, your own government will dedicate a tremendous amount of resources to destroy your reputation, your finances, your career, and if it can, your sanity, and call it a success. Your government will take away all that you hold dear in the name of the greater good. How many lives have been sacrificed at the holy altar of protecting national security? How many victims? Isn't it time we demanded an answer? Well, don't do it, because of
People have already demanded answers. You know what we got? There is no Epstein files.
Otherwise, the next victim is you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This is the...
You know what? That is a good place to stop for the night. We're out there. We are fucking out there tonight. What the fuck? Tomorrow back to gaming. We're going to be doing Schedule 1 tomorrow. And then Cards Against Humanity on Saturday night. And I believe Lady Taker's going to be there. So people can finally hear my wife on the air talking bullshit and making fun of me probably a lot. She does that a lot.
The contract.
It is not.
It is. Fine print.
I did.
Agreed to it when I married you.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
Ow! Ow! I'm delicate! Don't tickle me. Stop. All right. On that note, good night, everybody. Peace out.